just hang around, watch the show. But what we're trying to do is see if we can get a quality stream onto the Facebook platform. We don't know if that's going to work or not. So that's what we're doing over there today. Looks like YouTube is live. Yay, yay. Got everybody piling in now. How you doing? How you doing? Great to see everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I love that everybody's here. I'm going to go ahead and bring up YouTube chat. Make sure we don't miss any of those over there. And let's bring up the game. Today we are playing Modern Naval Warfare. There it is. Modern Naval Warfare. This is a modern Virginia-class submarine simulator. There is a professional version of this software and a private version or commercial version. Obviously, we have the commercial version, which is declassified. The Navy, U.S. Navy, uses the commercial. I said that backwards. Okay, let me see. The professional version is what the Navy uses, which has all the bells and whistles, apparently. I haven't even seen that one. I'm not allowed. But here today, we're going to test some fixes that they have instituted into the game. Specifically, Demon. Apparently, Demon has been changed. I don't know by how much. How are we doing? Is audio good? Audio is good. Okay. So we need a good mission that's going to be interesting. Let's see what this one says. A day in the life, participating in a ASUW training exercise. Okay, so here we're going to have helicopters, MPA. We're going to have lots of contacts to look at. So that's really what we want to do. Also, the Photonics mast has been changed. Something to do with visual range. We'll see. I don't know. I have no idea what they changed, other than they have addressed an issue with visual range in the monochromatic mode. So I don't know if that means IR or thermal. I'm not sure which that means, because they're both a little monochromatic, but there's also a monochromatic selector switch. They could mean that. Okay, well, welcome to the Virginia. Oh, crap, what block are we? Well, we're at least block 2. Okay. Block would be version. There's 4 versions of the Virginia class in the game. You only need 1. But they got 4. God bless them. Uh-oh. Mom's calling. Mom's calling. All right. So this is already better. Notice how we got this alert on this active bearing 175. It's 4 kilohertz. That's a new one. Okay. Well, let's make a note of that. We're building our audio log, by the way. And it's only alerting whenever we get a new beep, it says. That's good. That's accurate. But this is a new frequency. Oh, and they actually added, yay. They added the scale. So it is 33 decibels at 4 kilohertz. They didn't have that before. So yeah, they've already made the game better. I mean, I'm already impressed. Okay, 4 kilohertz. What is the pulse length? 500 milliseconds, half a second. All right, so that's what we're going to record for here. Whatever contact that is. Signal strength. What's signal strength? 33? Oh, it's getting, oh, now that's interesting. Do you see what he's doing here? We have 2 contacts out there. One bearing 210, same frequency, same pattern. Okay. Yeah, so 210 and 170, we'll say, kind of splitting the difference there. Oh, and it plotted them. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So they're plotted here. I'm going to go ahead and mute the alarm just because you should not do that, by the way, but as you get more experience, you can do that. Just don't forget that you muted it. Got to keep that in mind. I'm really good at not forgetting stuff. That's not true at all, but that's what I told you. So believe me. All right, we're taking a look at the environment. The layer's 72 feet. Again. Okay, let's turn on the fathometer. Let's turn on the fathometer. We're probably in shallow water, I assume. I mean, well, come on. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Stand by. Continuous. There we go. All right, total water depth is 9,000, 10,000 feet. Okay, good. So if we hit the bottom in this environment, something has gone horribly wrong before we hit the bottom. So we're just going to leave that up there on the top screen. Let's let's take a look at our broadband. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Oh boy. I'm not sure what's happening. That's a new active. No, it's not. I had the wrong frequency muted. That's all that was. Okay, so we have a contact bearing 176, possibly another one at 164. Those are so close together with this hydrophone, it could easily be the same contact. But because it's 10 degrees difference, we'll call it 2. So the game's doing a good job of isolating those two, or separating, I should say, separating those two. But don't hang your hat on what this display tells you in terms of number of contacts. This is ridiculous, by the way. There's clearly only 2 contacts out there, maybe a third one. It's already got a dozen contacts. Come on, bro. Well, let me just see, these are track numbers, right? So like if the active's coming from the same track, which should be done by either the operator or the machine, because the operator can assign the track number as well. This should be the same track instead of it's giving it a new track every single time it pings, which that does have some value. So I'm not criticizing it. I'm just like thinking out loud as to how I would do it. It's just me. That's just me. Okay, looks like we have good data now. Okay, I'm not sure what the hell that was for a second there. It was a little concerning. All right, let's come off this. Let's assign all of our sonar operators. Because right now these guys are just placeholders. They're not really doing anything until you do this. Now they get to work. Same with fire control. Okay. Let's take a look. That's our display. I like time bearing to be over here. Time bearing, again, you guys are going to set these up however you want. But I like to be able to look, basically, I like to stand back here. I can see the chart. I can see the fathometer. I can see my sonar screen. And whenever this command station prompt isn't in the way, you can see this sonar screen as well, which is kind of nice. We probably won't need ESM today, but I'm going to man them up anyway. So we have all 3 of our consoles manned. Let's check our messages here. Down here, yes, I'm in the way. Hold on a second. Can I turn myself off? Hey, I'm gone. Just like that. Okay, we have a new contact. What's my orders? I'm participating in a surface warfare drill against a small force of U.S. Navy ships with helicopters and aircraft, MPA, maritime aircraft specifically. Okay, I'm back. That's our orders. So we looked at the environment. We know the layer's at 72 feet. We know it's very deep water, which is fantastic for us. If we look up here, we are on course 2005 knots, 150 feet, and it is 04 in the morning Zulu. That's not local time. That's Zulu time, which is like London or some stupidness. It might be Geneva. I don't know. It's one of those European things. Yeah. It's like the metric system. Nobody really knows. Yeah. All right. We can deploy the array. Let's go up to. I want to go up to periscope depth and clear the broadcast. Let's start by doing that. Oh my God. So those 4 kilohertz are supposed to be American warships? That's hilarious. Okay. No comment. I'm just going to go to periscope depth and hold my tongue. Let's go to 5-4 feet. Head 2/3. Because I want to get up there in a hurry. Let's do that. So once we come up close to 100 feet, I'm going to slow back down. I just wanted to help the dive get up to periscope depth. Also, the game starts off in auto trim, which is great. You can manually trim the submarine, but I'll teach you guys how to do all of that after we learn the game. You know, we got to learn how to play the game first, then we can do fun things like trimming the boat. And we can trim it with an up angle, a down angle. Yeah, we do all sorts of crazy things. Lots of fun. All right, head 1/3. Coming off the bell. Let's get on the mast. I'm going to use my command console because this is what you're supposed to use. There's a dedicated Photonics mast behind us, console. But we're going to use the right one for the approach officer, which is who we play a role as. We are the approach officer. You can also say we're the officer of the deck. That would be accurate too. Okay, if speed's less than 10 knots, it's safe to raise any master antenna, which is what we're going to do now. See how it kind of pops up out of the sail, but it's just above the sail. It's not very high up. You have to drag this puppy right here. Get it up out of the water. Now we have lots of sonar contacts. Holy smokes. There's a fleet out here. That's amazing. Yes, yes, yes. And it's raining. Look how the water's or the rain's coming through the water. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I'm looking for shadows. Make sure we're not going to hit anything. Kind of sweeping back and forth. Listening for sonar. They do have a contact off the bow, but he doesn't think it's close. So, but we are going to kind of look in that direction because we don't want to hit anybody. And the periscope's up high enough that if we saw somebody like a hull, we could go back to emergency deep and lower the mast and avoid collision. That's what I'm thinking. That's my only concern right now, is that this is a peacetime exercise. The worst thing that can happen is hitting somebody, colliding. We don't want that. Okay, nobody's close. Look at this rain. Oh my gosh. Splash. It's almost like anti-air fire. The rain's so thick. Let's run stabilization so I'm not bouncing around like Popeye. All right, no close contacts. Doing a quick look for aerial here, because there are helicopters and MPA in the area. No airborne contacts. Okay, put me on the bearing of Sierra 1, our closest contact. Let's go ahead and lower the mast a little bit. Oh, lordy. Really hard to see the horizon. Let's go to IR. That really defines the horizon for us. All right, no visual contact. Let's go to thermal. No visual on Sierra 1, shifting Sierra 2. Thermal. No contact. ESM, I don't hear ESM singing out, so. All right, cool. Let's dip the scope. You never ever leave the scope out of the water. Okay. Now, I'm curious as to what ESM has. I expected lots of radar contact with American warships out there, unless they're in some kind of really weird, oh, we didn't raise the ESMS. Fair enough. Fair enough. In this game, you got to raise the ESM mast to get the things. Well, that could also be the type. Yeah, I know for Type 4, the ESM sensors on the Photonics mast as well, but apparently we're not Type 4. All right, let's go to mast and antennas. I'm crippled. I'm handicapped by my own experience because I know how things really work, and I know, and I'm trying to learn how the game works. So when I expect to have ESM contact, there's a reason for that, okay? But yeah, let's see what kind of ESM we have now. Good Lord. All right. It's not a big deal. It's just, you guys think having real-world experience is a benefit? It is, except for in situations like this. So here we go. We got a really strong radar contact who was probably detecting my periscope the whole time. Let's see, his amplitude is 40 decibels. Frequency is 3 RPM. No, that's 3 times per second. Okay. Bearing north. Got it. Well, let's track him. Is there any AIS contacts out there to track? Nope. Oh, there's a lot. Holy crap. Okay. Let's track this contact, though, to the north. Okay, I don't know if they've implemented that yet or if I'm just not clicking it right. Let's select the track so it's there. Right, now I want to track it. And it doesn't come over to here. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, we do have a contact to the north. That's all we need to know right now. It's pretty strong. Okay, let's go ahead and lower this mast. This guy's, he's probably detecting the ESM mast. Yeah. All right, so that was to the north. Let's go ahead and raise the Photonics mast, see if I could see anybody up there. That's kind of behind us. Yeah, we're heading 200, remember? Right here. All right, we don't have any sonar contact because that's in our baffles, so we're going to change course. We're also going to copy the broadcast. I don't have any visual contacts there. In order to copy the broadcast in this game, you have to come really, really shallow. Don't ask me. I don't know why. It's the way they made the game, I guess. I've been able to get the broadcast at, God bless America. Let's try that again. I've been able to get the broadcast at 40 feet. So we're going to come up to 40 feet, raise the comms antenna, and see if we get any kind of, I'll tell you what, if you raise the HDR mast, you might as well raise everything because that thing stands out like a sore thumb. Yep. So I'm going to raise the HDR mast and the periscope. I'm going to go back to radio, see if we got any comms. Hey, 5 days since our last war crime. That's kind of nice. Oh, let's set the mood lighting. I forgot to set the mood lighting. You guys didn't remind me to set the mood lighting. That's your fault. Off. Yeah. This is my home. This is the glow of the screens, the hum of the engines, the little whirl of the 400 hertz fans that the Navy doesn't use anymore, but we used to. There's no better sleeping conditions than this. I mean, standing watch conditions, of course, but boy, it will put you out if you're not paying attention. All right, so we got a couple satellites online. We got the R-23 is online. We also got DMR stations 1 Charlie and 1 Bravo online. I don't see any new communications coming in, so we're fine. So if there's an op area, it should be on the ECDIS, the chart. That's what this is, and I don't see anything outlined here. Let's go ahead and close that. I'm just curious if they've added this yet. Apparently they haven't. And to be fair, it wasn't in the hotfix patch notes. But I would love to be able to download the broadcast and have the area, the op area that we're in, plotted on this chart. That would help so much. But that's not a priority. Fix the game, add features, make it stable. That's the priority. So now we want to lower all masted antennas, and for training purposes, we're going to emergency deep. Emergency deep to 150 feet. And I want to see how fast does our crew get us to 150 feet. It better be about less than 60 seconds. All right, so we're watching the depth right there. We're at 4 feet, 5 feet already, 10 seconds in. Not bad, not bad. Chief of the Watch is flooding, well, he's the pilot now and co-pilot, flooding all the, if there's a hole in the boat, we're bringing water in everywhere, trying to make this thing heavy. Coming down, 20 seconds mark, 8 feet, that's not bad, not bad. Our crew is proficient, yep. Excellent, excellent. This is 110. So at this depth, we would have avoided collision at this point for all but the largest of vessels. I'm thinking VLCCs and stuff. And we're at 130 feet. Excellent. Our goal is 155 feet. He'll probably overshoot it. That's nothing wrong with that. We want to go deep. The goal is to get to 155 in 60 seconds. And that's 60. He's at 153 feet in 60 seconds. That's acceptable. Very good, very good, very good. All right, let's go ahead and I wanted to come right. Remember, we have a contact in our baffles, that is that ESM contact. We have no sonar contact on him at all. So I'm going to go ahead and come right to course 270. I'm going to put that north bearing that he's on right off of our starboard beam. And I'll tell you why when we get there. Some of you already know, because you've been here before and you remembered. And you're smart. All right, who do we have today? Welcome, welcome everybody. Glad to see you. Yeah, we're streaming. We're testing Facebook today. We're going to have a dedicated channel on Facebook. We're still setting that up. So right now I'm on my personal Facebook. Ugh. Hi, family and friends. I'll probably delete this when we're done. They've never seen me work. They don't think I do. Guess what? Anyway, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Okay. I'm going to hear about that during lunch. Let's see. I love that AIS used to be with MS. Yeah. Hey, Smitter, how's it going? Yeah. What I can't tell is I see YouTube chat. I see Twitch chat. I don't see any other chat. Are we on? We are on Rumble. I believe Alonzo, I don't know if Alonzo's here today. I don't normally stream on a Monday. I'm doing that this Monday. I plan on next Monday as well. We're seeing if we can go to Facebook. Oh, I just saw we have 0 viewers on Facebook. Yay. That means my family's at work instead of watching Facebook on their phone. Hey, this is how I keep track of my family and friends. If I see that number so much as go to 1, I'm going to find out who it is and be like, hey, why aren't you working? Get to work. Yeah. How goes the hunt today? Well, we just begun. There's an American fleet out there. We're going to get them. We're going to sink them. We're going to shoot training torpedoes at them. I've got like 4 ships down to the south. I have no idea what they are because sonar hasn't done anything yet. I'm kind of giving the computer time to do its job before I do it for it. Rest assured, we will know who those guys are, every one of them. And we did have, oh, the active sonars were to the south. So, of course, that's the warships down there. Let's just look at the chart. So, this guy's a warship, Sierra 1, and we might have 3 warships because we do have 2 side by side, and we had 2 actives side by side. So, and they were 10 degrees apart, which means the active receive sensor, the AI acoustic intercept, whatever, it can narrow down to within a couple degrees, you know. So having 10 degrees is probably 2 different contacts. You know, it really depends on range and bearing, of course. Depends on a lot of things. Yeah. Sierra 4. So I hope they're not going away from us because, you know, we're going to have a hard time catching up to them if we do. All right. Let's, so why did we come to this course? So we can put total rays out. We got to check Demon today. Demon's supposed to be, I'm not going to say fixed, but they've changed Demon. And I haven't even looked at it since they've enacted the change. So we're going to extend the fat line towed array. That's the quick tactical array. Doesn't go out too far. It goes out just far enough to work. In and out, real fast, tactical. The thin line array, it goes way the hell out there. And it takes forever if you do it in real time. And then it takes a long time to come in. That's not tactical. That's evolution, okay? But the fat line, in and out all day long, no big deal, because there's speed limitations on these arrays. That's why that's important. You want to go fast, bring in those towed arrays. Otherwise, you'll damage them or rip them off, or either way, they won't work. Whether they're ripped off or not won't matter. Uh-oh. Autosave. Yeah, I've got the autosave set to like every 10 minutes or something. In case something happens, we can get right back into it. I don't expect anything to happen. Let me fix my display here. It's supposed to be the chart. All right. So I just want to take a look to the north, Echo 1, just see what he is on sonar. Let's see. I don't have the towed arrays deployment to real time. I've got it to not real time is what it says in the settings, which I think it's like 30 seconds and then it starts working. It's already working. So I wanted to look to the north, which is up here, and we have no contacts. So that's, again, the layer is very strong at 72 feet. But we do know these down here are the warships. At least 3 of these are warships because they have active sonar. Merchants don't have active sonar, except maybe the fathometer. I don't count. I'm not counting that. But they have active search sonar. So, I mean, I guess our mission is to engage them. There was no details in the description other than that we're in this exercise. So we're going to, you know, assume our weapons are training torpedoes and we're going to shoot them. But without good track, we're not doing anybody any good. But now that we're heading 270, let's head back up above that layer and let's see where everybody's at. Let's do that. Towed array's out, so we're fine. Let's go to 5-4 feet. So it's not comms depth, but it's shallow enough. And I'm going to keep on the 2/3 bell until we reach 100 feet, and then I'll slow down after that. Hey, Alonzo's on Rumble. Thank you. Alonzo, thanks for being so flexible. You're the best, bro. I appreciate it. I know I only stream Wednesdays and Fridays. That's the schedule. But we just got back from having some time off, and we didn't stream on Friday because we had some time off. And I really wanted to jump on this game because it had been a week since we played it. And I want to see what fixes they have enabled, changed, whatever, added, made, whatever the words are. Those words. Use those words in the right order, and that's what I'm saying. That's how this goes, if you're new here. Yeah. All right. Ahead 1/3. Are we on Twitter? No, I took us off Twitter. Okay. Twitter is kind of weird because Twitter is my sub-brief lecture series, and those are like academics. They don't do video games. So there's no audience there for this. So even though this is a simulator, you know, it's not for them. It's for us. This is our time. This is you and me hanging out. That's all this is. Hey, let's take a look at our weapons. Haha, I like weapons. Weapons are fun. They blow up. Oh, usually them, but not always. All right, so I'm not even going to explain this. That's a good fan, but We don't have any. We just got new contact again, it looks like. Oh, crap. We're coming to Periscope to pay attention. I got distracted. What's our depth? Hey, 6-7 feet. We didn't miss anything. Let's hopefully we didn't run into anybody. Right. Come on, buddy. There we go. Yeah. Hello, everybody. It's still raining like a big dog out there. Look at the big old fat raindrops. The rain was so fat it was coming up at us. All right, no close contacts. Look in the sky for them MPAs and those helicopters. All right. Looking over. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, that was a raindrop. Okay. That was a raindrop. All right. No airborne contacts. Put me on the bearing of Sierra 1. Sierra 1's to the north. That's the only guy we don't know who he is. We think he is a merchant, but we don't know. All we do know is that he's far away, which is where we like him, because he's outside of our exercise area. All right, we're going to dip the mast because we're already being hammered by that search radar. I'm tired of giving the U.S. Navy bearings on where we're at. Let's get off that. Give them a second. So what's the time you dip the mast? How long do you keep the mast dipped? Well, you take into account for peacetime safety, which is what we're assuming here, how fast can a contact get from where he's at now, whatever range that is, to where you're at his best speed, max speed. So a 30-knot warship that's 10,000 yards away is going to be on top of you in about 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll say 4 minutes. We'll round down a little bit. So you could keep it dipped in this situation only because everybody's outside 10 and our fastest contact is about 30 knots. 4 minutes. But you don't necessarily want to push that. There's no don't push that if you don't need to. Now, no, I'm sorry, that's the maximum you want it down. So what's the minimum? Well, it depends on their radar. We know the radar is sweeping 3 times a second, and it probably has a history of 15 seconds, we'll say. If it doesn't get a contact after 15 seconds, it falls off their screen, off their little radar plot. That's just some assumptions we're making until we know what kind of radar it is. So you want to keep the scope down at least 20 seconds. And then that's assuming you have one radar contact. If you have multiple radar contacts, they'll probably be in different modes so they don't interfere with each other, right? So you want to take that into account. So 30 seconds to 4 minutes is your window of keeping that scope dipped until you start seeing contacts come in. Then your 4 minutes becomes 3.5 real fast, becomes 2 minutes. So, but that 30 seconds, that 20-30 seconds, man, if you keep raising that scope before that time passes, it's like you didn't dip the scope at all. So you might as well leave it down for a little while. All right, that's just some rules of thumb for you. Something to think about, something for your brain to chew on while you're doing everything else. Let's look at our weapons. Oh, we got 4 training Mark 48s in tubes 1 through 4 as the good Lord intended. Now, I know Sierra 1 is a bad guy. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and make some tubes ready. Let's warm them weapons up. Let's get that A cable connected and get some power to the weapon. Wake it up, give it some coffee. Say, hello, Mr. Warhead. How you doing? Yeah. All right. Now, they're not going to the south. We know that. Do you know how we know that? Because I said so. Okay, so I'm going to begin doing some fire controlling on Sierra 1. So since we have Leroy here in charge of fire control today, which should terrify everybody, I'm going to tell him to leave Sierra 1 alone. Secure updating Sierra 1. Okay. Sierra 1's my bitch. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do the solution for Sierra 1. So I'm looking at his fan right here. This is Sierra 1. This is when we had periscope depth the first time and I was trying to get comms. So we had a good fan. This is when we were doing 200. Pretty even. Now that we're doing 270, same fan. So that 70-degree course change did very little, but his bearing rate now was decreasing. Now it's increasing. That's interesting. So let's stack some dots here. This dot stack is what he was doing. This was our maneuver where we went deep and fast. And this is real time. This is what we're looking at right now. So I'd really like to stack this dot stack Now, I wish there was a way to separate this stack from this stack. It may be doing that in the game and not telling me, but that's what we don't want to take any of this data and apply it to up here because of the time gap. He could have changed course, speed, lots of things could have happened. I don't want this stack to affect what I'm trying to do up here. And I don't see anything on the screen that tells me what that is, but that stack's not bad. Unless he just zigged, that's not bad. So I think he's on a course of 200. No, that's not 200. Why is this? Oh, I'm reading the wrong numbers. This should be like 310. Where's 310 at? I'm sure it's on the screen. I just haven't found it yet. All right. Oh, there it is. 299. Okay. I'll make it 300. I don't know why that took me that long to find it. I apologize. Ooh, I'm a little rusty. All right. So his speed being 20 knots, probably not. It stacks up for 20 knots pretty damn good, though. Do you know what it is? Is he's closer. So the closer you bring him in, the range gets slower. So let's say he's only 20,000 yards away. Oh, fudge. Why'd that update? Let's try that again. I'm literally typing the numbers in and it updated. 20,000 yards. Yes. Okay. So I think he's right there. Well, it doesn't stack at all because the speed's off. So his speed's like 10. Ooh, look at me. Look at that stack. Oh, read them and weep, baby. Somebody knows what they're talking about. Or I got lucky. It could be that too. It's probably that. But listen, I'm going to take credit when I get it right, okay? Ballpark. 10 knots, 20,000 yards, course 300. Shoot, and you will hit. Jive Turkey guarantee. That's how you do it, folks. Right there. God bless America. All right. So what I would like to do is get within visual range so that I can actually... Oh, it's been 4 minutes. Get on the scope. Gotta get on the scope. Go on the scope. We forgot to raise the scope. It's been like 10 minutes. We're getting run over, and the captain's tapping his foot, looking at a stopwatch and shaking his head in disapproval. That was lightning. God, that was awesome. Oh, hey. That's the Earth. Okay, not a contact. No close contacts. Down. I'm going to do an airborne search here in a second. I have not forgotten. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's modern naval warfare. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Hey, listen, it's my nut now, okay? You guys are the best. I absolutely love. God, our community is hilarious. You guys give me no quarter, and I love that. That's what I want. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick airborne search because it's been 20 seconds. I was waiting to fade off the display of whoever's out there. I'm looking up at the sky. All right, I don't see any airborne contacts. I'm keeping the horizon on the bottom of the screen intentionally down. All right, dipped it again, baby. All right, let's actually keep track of the time this time. Oh, my Lord. All right, 30 seconds to 4 minutes, because, again, no visual contacts. Everybody's outside 10. Happy. Let's look at the sonar. Let's see what kind of sonar quality we have on Sierra 1. Sierra 1 is my responsibility. Everybody's on the left, draw, and right. In this case, that's good. That means we're in a lead line of sight. Yeah. Okay, so we're kind of both going the same direction, which is what we have in the fire control for Sierra 1. So we're both going to the west. I'm heading 270. They're heading northwest. They will eventually, whenever they're on the left drawing right, pass in front of us. Yes, to pass in front of us. That's what that means. So if we sped up and they started going back to the left, that would be bad. Because not only are they going to pass behind us, they're going to pass behind us close, depending on how much we sped up. So, but these warships are probably going a lot faster than we are because we're only doing 5 knots periscope depth. All right, let's take a look at Demon. I've been teasing Demon for far too long. And whenever you look at demodulated noise, I should call it what it is. Demon is its shorthand name. Demodulated noise is where you get the screw blades from. You always want to look at the towed arrays when you're looking at Demon. You don't have to, but that is your best sensor for demodulated noise. So let's take a look here. We're going to put the cursor on Sierra 1, which is also Sierra 7. Sierra 7 is the towed array version. Let me verify that. Yeah, TB34 version of Sierra 1. Right here. So right over my shoulder here, I select TB34, and I put my little yellow cursor on him. Now let's update. We should get a waterfall display now. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hey, they fixed the lines. Good for them. Good job, Wave Ops. This is what I expect to see. Oh my God, they actually fixed it. This is good. This is very happy. Aaron's happy. Aaron's a happy boy. Okay, so we put our cursor here, and we have, if it's a 4-bladed screw, he's doing 45 RPM, is what it's telling me. That's way too slow. But we also know he's a 5-bladed screw because he's a warship. Always, always begin with warships, 5-bladed screw. You'll be right 99% of the time. There's probably an exception out there. Don't worry about that guy. If it's a warship, 5-bladed screw. That doesn't apply to submarines. Submarines very different. Okay. Warship. Anyway, so we put our cursor kind of over this, and it says 43 RPM. Again, I'm just going to go with what the game tells me. I have to get rid of my institutional knowledge. Let's see if we can make 43 RPM work for anybody. How does that work? What's his speed? I said his speed's 20 knots. There's no way. There's just no way. But that's reality. So what if 43 RPM equated to 10 knots? That'd be insane. He should be doing 100 RPM at least. But again, we're learning how the video game tells us data. So I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay, let's take a look at Sierra 5. This is the other potential warship because we had active from this bearing. And very similar Demon signature. That's a strong boy right there. Look at you. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, he's cooking. Oh, he's cooking. Oh, let's do that. Let's do that. I got to do a look around. Fuck. Hold on a second. I'll come right back to you, sir. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. We got to raise the mast. Take a look around. I'm going to look down these bearings of Sierra. Let's do the safety sweep first. Make sure there's nobody going to run us over. Very important. That's land. Also called Earth. All right. Looking for airborne contacts real quick. Down. Okay. Let's get back to work. Yeah, that sounds really cool. So I hear two things there. I hear a screw blade, and I hear his turbine. That's definitely a warship. Sierra 3, it looks like. Or is that 8? It could be an 8. Yeah, it looks like it is an 8. Okay. So that's so we know Sierra 8's definitely a warship. Let's go and classify him. Where's my little warship symbol at? There he is. Hell, they all are. Yeah, that's a warship. Sierra 2, we don't know. Sierra 3, bearing 195 is a warship for sure. Okay. Now, let's get back on the contact and listen to him. I'm going to give you an audible turn count, if I can. Yeah, he's doing 105. 105 on a 4. On a 5, rather. 105 on a 5. So how do I make this RPM right here say 105? Where's the cursor got to be? Right about here. Well, he does have this line up here. 158. What I hear is 105. And it doesn't line up at the moment. That's okay. Let's do another one. How's this guy sounding? Holy shit. He's much faster. It might be 160. Holy cow, this guy's hauling ass. No. I'm hearing the blades, that's why. Yeah, I was hearing the blades. So it's not as fast as I initially thought. Okay, that's fine. Because I'm distracted by the blades, I don't have a good count right now. But you can hear that high-pitched ring. That's his steam. This guy needs work. He's broken. What the hell's wrong with this guy? He's working hard to get through the seas right now. $140 on a 5? Yeah, there we go. Okay, this lines up. All right, so he's doing about 140 on a 5. Okay, so we have, okay. Ooh. Computer took a chug. Oh, it's saving, that's why. I might have the saving set too aggressively. Maybe we turn that down a little bit. Okay, so 140 on a 5. So definitely a warship. I'm trying to see what Sierra number that is. It's got all the Sierra numbers stacked up on top of each other. So the bearing is about 220. Who's 220? 210. So Sierra 5. Sierra 5 definitely a warship. 159. He's a warship too. Pretty much everybody's a warship down in that area. Those 3 specifically. Okay. Everybody but the guy to the north. The guy to the north, I have no idea. He's probably a merchant. Probably. Okay, let's check active intercept. What's the age? There he is. All right, so we got 4 kilohertz. So this is American sonar. That's really cool. I bet you this is the Burke. I'm going to call this AB for right now. We're going to visually identify that. I think we, oh boy, we're in a good position to shoot. We really are. I could take these guys out right now. But that's no fun. Let's give these guys a chance, right? This is training. We got to teach them how to find a submarine. Just understand this. At this point, we could already shoot them. They probably don't even have us. There's no indication that they do. They haven't changed course. They haven't launched helicopters, at least not in our area. They haven't changed anything. There's no indication that they have any detection of us. But if we don't speed up, we'll probably never see them visually, and I want to watch them explode because they deserve that. Okay, let's go ahead and lower all mast antennas before my 4-minute mark is up. And let's get down to, we're not going to cavitate this time. Take a sounding. Take a sounding. What's the sounding say? Okay, that sounding is good. We have 1 billion feet below the keel, so we're fine. All right, how's our weapons doing? Let's just check our weapons again. Are they warmed up? Are they happy? Or do we have happy weapons? We have 4 very happy weapons. Now it says no solution door opened. The door is not open. That's very confusing. Like we haven't even flooded the tube yet. It should say weapon ready, but I do have a Sierra number assigned to tube 2. I have Sierra 1 assigned to tube 2, I believe. Let's double check. This is a really good solution. I think we nailed it. So that's Sierra 1. Let's take a look at our tubes. Right here. There. This is it. Yeah, tube 2 has Sierra 1. I haven't hit the assign button yet. Let me hit assign. So now Sierra, obviously Sierra 2, 3, and 4, they're all going the same direction, boys. Sierra 1 is my master contact, if you will. I'm letting fire control, hopefully they figure it out. We're going below the layer, so they're not going to figure it out because they're about to not get data anymore. But this is I'm going to leave this. You know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to change the enable range. Everything else I'm going to keep the same. Yeah. There we go. All right. Now let's go back to the tubes. And it says door open. The door is definitely not open. I don't know why it says door opened. It's not even flooded. That tube is dry. Okay. I'm sure they'll fix that. It's not even a big deal. I just got to remember what it is. All right. So on this course, this is a really good intercept course, but we got to run up ahead. And we're already in the shadow zone. Let's take a look at the shadow zone. We went down to 250 feet. We're at 150 feet coming down. We lost all contacts at around 100 feet, just below the layer. Let's take a look at ray trace again. So now that we have some bearings, we can take a look. Let's draw the SS scale down to 2,000 feet. So we're coming right down to right about here, right? There's no sense going any deeper than this because it gets pretty ISO after that. If we were searching, this would be a good depth to go to. I'm trying to hide. So I want to be up near maximum sound velocity, which is just below the blue line. But I give myself a couple hundred feet, you know, so blue line plus 150 feet. Takes it down to around 250 roughly. We can also go really fast down there. I'm going to go to a head standard with the towed array out, mind you. The fat line can withstand that. Let's set this depth to 20,000 feet. Let's go down the line of bearing of Sierra 1 because that's our warship. And this is our... Okay, our shadow zone goes out to about 12,000 is what I'm guessing. Let's draw that again. This is 11,000 yards. So yeah, at 11,000 yards, our sound is going to bounce back up again, and he's outside 10. So we are vulnerable to him hearing our bottom bounce until we get inside 10. But we should also hear him, potentially. That's a two-way street right here. There's a small difference I'll bring up. Is this is assuming or being measured from our depth. It's really hard to tell. Let me zoom that in so you guys can see it more clearly. Let's recalculate the ray trace. So you see how the source is down here at 250 feet, where this green line is? That's where the ray trace is beginning. So it doesn't begin at the surface in this example. So you could definitely say he's hearing us, or potentially hearing us, outside 11,000 yards if we make enough noise. It should be the same for him, but because his source level is literally like 30 feet below the water, right up here, it could be a little bit different. But anyway, we're not gonna sweat that. That's very, very technical and minor, and it may not even be calculated. I don't even know, to be honest with you. Let's give me more depth. There we go. Ray trace that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's good enough for us. I want to keep an eye on the towed array, and we need to go fast. Let's go fast. Head standard. So my plan is to run 270 to close range to Sierras 1, 5, and 7, 3 warships, and then we will engage with one Mark 48 and see how they do. We'll give them some training on the reception side of an attack. This is their opportunity to find us right now as we reposition. Let's see if they do. I don't think they will. Yeah, I'm trying to put together a... someone in chat is asking about training scenarios. I'm still trying to put together a good curriculum that makes sense. And the thing that's been holding that up was the sonar, like Demon, was not working properly, or in a way that I understood. Let's put it that way. So I'm trying to figure out how the game displays certain things. And once I got a good handle on that, I'll definitely make a series of videos that build on each other. I've already started that by talking about the broadband. There's already a training video, it's about 10 minutes long, that goes over all broadband sonar arrays. You can watch it right now. So I wasn't comfortable going into narrowband because narrowband contact is difficult to maintain in this game. And I need to have narrowband contact for at least a couple minutes to talk about it. So, but that's the next one on my list. I'm going to get narrowband done next. And one thing I've noticed is you don't track narrowband. You track broadband in this game that gives you narrowband information, which is great. That's fine. But I haven't seen anywhere yet that you can put assign a narrowband tracker. What happens if you have a bearing that has no broadband display or image trace, but you have tonals on that bearing? That's very common, very common. But maybe that's not a thing in this game. I don't know. Those are called submarines, by the way. Yeah, this is good. Oh, if he doesn't turn, he's toast. He's toast. Now, what we could do is we could run into detection rate. He's going active, right? I mean, we got to keep an eye on his signal strength. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do signal strength? So the guy that we're worried about is bearing 218. His signal strength, oh, wow. 208 is 37. It's actually higher. But he hasn't changed modes. So something that surface ships will do is if they're paying attention and they begin to detect hits of you, they'll start changing modes. They'll go to a lower power level. They'll go to a shorter PRF. Yeah. We don't normally call it PRF, but I know what they mean because that's almost like a radar thing. But yeah, signal for 2 ppm. What else will they change? But these numbers will start changing. And then obviously if he changes course and speed. One of the first things I would expect to do, because these guys are transiting, it looks like, is to slow down. Because if they're going to launch the helicopter, they got to slow down to 5 knots to do that. So if they're doing 10 knots, they're not. Now that helicopter might already be airborne. It might be. I don't know. But if they're going to launch it, they got to slow down. Because the war game is in progress, it's probably airborne. We're going to assume that. But what's interesting is the helicopter has not launched any active sonar buoys yet. We haven't seen any. Because these actives are moving along with that fleet. Right here. I do like how the game has cleaned up the tracks. It's now working as I expected anyway. Where we have one track number that's tracking this contact consistently as it drives through the water over time. That's good, good. Bearing 222. Yeah, his signal, oh, and now look at this. His signal level's going between 38 decibels, not bad, down to about 33 decibels and back up again. Why is that happening? Well, he's steering his active around. It's pointed in our direction, it's pointing forward, it's pointing to the left, and we're to his right. So we're hearing the 3 different signal levels. We're still hearing his active, it's not always pointed at us. The one that's between 37 and 38, this pulse that's down here at the bottom, that was at us. This one that's 34 decibels, not at us. Nope. Doesn't count. So good stuff. So we do want to keep an eye on this, but I'm going to step away from this display, which means I have to, we're going to bring up broadband. Narrowband, I'm just curious. Obviously let's see if I can make my point by putting the cursor. We know the contact is here, but you notice how we have no broadband trace, right? But that warship going really fast, not that far away. Let's go to 5 gram. 5 gram. There we go. 5 gram. Oh, I should explain this display again, and I'll explain it every single time we use it. The first time we use it. And over here on the right-hand side, these are the bearings. This middle bearing, whether it's 3 gram or 5 gram, this middle bearing is the bearing your cursor is looking at. So we got this bearing, literally this beam, and then the next 2 beams next to it on the towed array, and then the 2 other beams. So we've got 2 beams going left, 2 beams going right, and then we're looking down the bearing 238 right now. All right, so let's go ahead and get some gain into the array. Normally this is done automatically, but because it's a game, we're going to try and do it manually and force you to do it manually. We have like no... We should at the least have waterfall. Like even if there's no signal there, we should have... There we go. We got something now. We got something. What's my frequency at? What's going on here? All right, we're looking at good frequency. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong array. Shoot. Ah, my bad. That was... Yeah. I forgot I got it selected over here. Yeah. I was looking at the sphere. Sorry. Doggone it. Probably not the last time that's going to happen. So, just to give you some context, whenever you go to the narrowband display in reality and you set it for an array like the towed array like we did last time, it stays there. It doesn't go to any other array. So whenever I went back to it this time, I expected it to still be on the towed array and it wasn't. But I should have checked though. That's on me. I should check. All right, so we got a good tonal here. I like this one. We've got, what frequency are we looking at? 540. And what's this one? We got 837, 320. I'm kind of stacking dots on these, so don't squint too hard to try and read them. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, no, that's good. That's a tonal right there. What's that? 286. 286. 286. It's one of the best computers from the 1970s. Early 80s, maybe. Early 80s. Oh, we had a little hit right there. Yeah, okay, at this point, I think I'm just making stuff up. But this level of background, it should automatically be factored over here as well. There's a name for that, I forget. But the sonar system normally averages this background out for you. You can go in and manipulate it, by the way, which is what we're doing down at the bottom. But the sonar system should automatically, without being told, average the background noise into the FFT, which is it's the bins that are falling down the display. It's called fast Fourier transfer, which is how waterfall is displayed. Anywho, enough science. There's nothing there. Yeah, I keep getting hits at some tonals that give my... Okay, that's fine. Let's turn that off so we can get audio back. Now, I'm curious. We've got TB34 selected. Let's go to broadband. Let's go to active intercept. Okay, these guys are good. Now, let's go back to narrowband. And it did stay on the towed array. Okay, yeah, so good. That's the way it's supposed to work. Okay. Apparently, I just didn't select it to the towed array the first time, so that's on me. Not a big deal. Now I know. But it does keep the array that you originally selected. And that's great. So you don't have to like worry about that. Okay. Let's keep broadband up. I think we should be pretty close enough. Uh-oh, okay. That scared me. I did not expect the traces to go to the left, but that is a JPEG. This is not a real data. You can turn it on where these screens all show the real data, but it eats up system resources, and I try not to, whenever I'm streaming, I try to save those precious resources. All right. So here we go. Sierra 1. He's kind of outrunning us. This is generated bearing, by the way. He may not be here. So a real good way to check if our solution is correct, our speed especially, is to regain contact and see what his actual sonar bearing is. And how far off it is from the bearing that I think it is the speed difference and can be the course difference. How fast do we go? We're doing 15 knots, right? Yeah. So I can't go to PD at 15 knots. I could try, but it'd be dumb. But I am going to go above the layer. We're going to regain contact. Let's do that. So let's head back up to periscope depth. 4 feet on course 270, and we're going to have to watch the speed pretty close here. When we get to like 150, we're going to slow down to 2/3. Because I'm trying to help the pilot not like broach the submarine, right? Like if you came to periscope depth on a standard bell, you're probably going to end up on the surface or at least broached, right? You don't want that. It's embarrassing for everybody. All right, so now we're head 2/3. I did that a little bit early. I'm being cautious with our speed, judicious even. I'm having fun simulating my old job. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Is it like radar with light background? I'm not sure how radar works. I never operated a radar in real life, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We're getting contact now. Head 1/3. I don't even care about the scope at the moment. I just want to see what is the bearing. Oh, who do we have? Who did we regain? Sonar, who was that? 191. I need the guy bearing 200. If the guy bearing 200 is bearing 191, my speed's way off. He's doing 5 knots. He's like at least half of what I think he is. Ugh. Okay. Holy smokes. That was the autosave is what that was. All right, come on. We need broadband contact. We're at 87 feet. What's our speed right now? 6 knots. We should have contact. What the hell? Okay, let's get back on the scope. Oh, raise it. Giddy up. There we go. Now we got everybody. 214, 244. Okay. Yep, my speed is correct. My solution is good. Holy cow, it looks like a freaking World War II bombing run out here. No close contacts. Looking for that helicopter. Come on. I know he's out here. Come on, baby. All right, no airborne contacts down. All right, sonar, let's get back on this. Please tell me you used the same Sierra numbers. Oh, sonar, why? All right, so now they kind of messed up. The sonar operators aren't smart enough to say, hey, it's still the same contact. So now they've added new numbers. Shoot, that's a mess. That's a real mess. I might take control out of everybody. Okay, let's take a look at the bearing that we're getting from sonar on Sierra 10. All right, so they did regain Sierra 1 on the right bearing. And my speed, if anything, might be a little bit slow. Or he could be going more 310. Yeah. Let's try solution 310. Let's see if that stacks at all. Oh wow. What the hell? Hold on. His bearing is way off. Why is his bearing way off? All right, so at least now he's on the right bearing. And it stacks. Okay, yeah, this is his course and his speed. This is everything. What's his range? 15,000 yards. Man, we should sink this guy. Oh my God. Listen, I want to watch him explode, okay? So let's get some... What? What? What's our depth? Why are we at 49 feet, dive? Holy smokes. Thanks for giving us away, buddy. Let me see, what did I order him to go to? I said 5-4 feet. You broached the boat. They definitely know where we are now. All right, well, we're going to replace the dive with somebody new that knows what the hell they're doing. I don't even know his name. Who is this guy? Looks a little Asian, just saying, you know. Not a good driver is what my point. He's lucky he's not a woman. Which you never know, but I'm not allowed to ask that question anymore. They're like, don't ask, don't tell, you know. That's the policy. This rain is freaking me out, man. All right, let's go to Sierra 1. Let's see if we can see him. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoomy, zoom, zoom. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, man. Look at that long enough, you see Jesus. All right. Down. Woo. We could shoot him, but I think we've got to run a little bit closer. The longer we stay at periscope depth, the further away he's going to get. He's not past CPA, but he's about to be at CPA. Closest point of approach, pardon me. So we don't want him to go through that. We might need to change course. What's his bearing? 240? 30 degrees. Actually, this is a good course. Let's do it now. Let's go. Let's lower all masted antennas, and let's sprint again. We don't want to cavitate, so I'm not going to do emergency deep. But I want your depth to be 250. Yep. And as we get down, we'll start speeding up slowly here. But I need to see the depth starting to go deeper and deeper and deeper. 5-4 feet, 5 feet. Come on. Give me. I just need downward momentum, and we're going to speed up. Come on, buddy. 5-8 feet. This is good. Okay. Just want to make sure we're not going to bob back up again. What's our angle? We got a -4. Excellent. Got a 4-degree down. Let's go ahead 2/3. We're going to slowly bring up that speed. The 2/3 order, the helmsman comes up. The throttleman back there in maneuvering is going to slowly increase the shaft rotation, but he wears a set of headphones like sonar does, and he listens to the screw. He doesn't hear sonar. He hears a dedicated hydrophone that's right there by the impeller. And as soon as he hears anything weird, he slows back, he backs off on that steam a little bit until he reaches 10 knots. He'll know at the same time everybody else knows if we're cavitating. The throttleman will. And so he's a good throttleman will never cavitate unless he's ordered to. Emergency deep, you're ordered to cavitate. Just go, as fast as you can. All right, ahead standard. We're at 150 feet, coming to 250 feet, and we are going to sprint in this direction for at least 15,000 yards. So we're going to be at we would be at his position in 1 hour. Wow. Okay. We're not going to go, obviously we're not going to underhaul this guy. So we're only going to close maybe 30 minutes, but it's going to be 30 minutes. So we're going to read a lot of chat. It looks like Flack, doesn't it, Althor? Yeah, when you look through the scope. Hey, thank you for resubscribing, everybody. We got so many people here. We got Jote, Crazy Consti just resubbed. Thank you. Lots of people watching today. Welcome. Not normally here on a Monday, but I plan on streaming this Monday and next Monday. Also Wednesday and Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, this week and next week. Yep, we're trying something a little bit new and different, and it's working really well. And we're going to start branching out to Facebook if this stream has any quality over there at all. I won't know until tonight when I go back and I look at it. And I keep looking up at Facebook. I see no viewers. I'm kind of grateful because I think the only people that would see this is probably my family members. I don't have too many people on my Facebook. You know, it's my old Navy buddies and my family. That's it. And my old Navy buddies are probably making fun of me, but they're not even watching on Facebook right now, so. Yeah. So the Photonics mast, what changed about that? The notes say that they fixed a visual distance issue. And I'm not sure if that means it was looking too far and seeing contacts it should not see, or if it was too short. But something has been changed. And because we haven't seen anybody yet, I really don't know. I guess we'll wait until we get a visual contact and just see what the ranges are when we see people. Yeah. Oh, no. Whenever I tell C stories about how the headphones work and stuff, that's like from the 90s, man. I have no idea how it's done today. I couldn't begin to tell you how it's done today. I'm just reminiscing. I'm getting like literal PTSD flashbacks, but in a good way from this game. This game is it's very realistic. Yeah, a lot of the tools that we used, like VMS, this is the Voyage Management System, probably called something else today, but it used to be called Voyage Management System, where they tried to go from paper charts to digital charts in the 90s, and they did. But we always kept the paper charts anyway as a backup, which I respect that, of course. The problem with paper charts is you got limited space on a submarine. Where the hell are you going to put paper charts? Well, there's designated chart lockers on a submarine just for charts. Yeah. But those things still take up space. Do you know what I'd rather put in there? My 6-pack of Coca-Cola for halfway night to celebrate. But I got to put a chart, or the QM's got to put a chart in the chart locker, so I can't put my sodas in there. Whenever VMS came out, Voyage Management System, this digital chart, nobody trusted it. Nobody. They're like, we were forced to use it, but nobody was good at it because nobody had any experience, you know. But you got to start somewhere. And my generation, I was not a QM, but the QMs of my generation were the first ones to do it, you know, and God bless them, because they became the experts by doing it and sometimes running into things. I'm not going to blame any ground collisions on it, but I bet you it played a role in some groundings. Yep. And, you know, you can look at the manual and the procedure and the checklist and say, hey, if you just done this the way it told you to, you would have operated it properly and not hit anything. And that's completely true. But, you know, you got humans operating a system for the first time that's navigating your submarine submerged. Whoa, something's going to go wrong. And it did. Sadly, I think one sailor, at least one, died whenever the San Francisco ran aground. Yeah, that was a bad one. They hit something really hard. I mean, I don't remember all the details of that one, but I do remember there being injuries, which is scary as hell. Imagine being in a car wreck at about 30, 40 miles an hour, but you have no windshield, so you don't see that you're about to hit something. You're just walking around doing your thing and yeah, oh my God, that's terrifying. That's kind of what happened in their case, because obviously they didn't know they were going to run aground, and they were hauling ass, transiting. Not trying to be quiet, just trying to get from point A to point B whenever they hit the earth. And the earth doesn't move, man, when you hit it with a submarine anyway. Yeah. But not to make light of that, people were hurt, and I think there was a death in that one, which obviously... tragic, right? Very bad. Very bad. Let's make sure we didn't break our toad array. Okay, we have about 20 more minutes on this course. I'm gonna go get I'm gonna refill my coffee cup, and we're gonna play this out in real time. If we see any contacts, you'll see them here first. So, oh, you guys can watch the active. We should still be getting active. There they are. I thought we had 3 contacts, and now the system is saying we have 3 contacts again. So what I want you to keep an eye out for, if this signal strength goes from, if it gets above 50 and I'm not here, let me know. Send me a message on Discord or something. I'll bring my phone with me. If that goes up to 50, we're in trouble. And that's just a ballpark. A little bit of rule of thumb math there. Let's see what happens. Oh, sorry, I'll move my cursor too. Yeah. All right, that signal, oh, it's already up to 40. I better be quick. How we doing? Oh, the dB went back down. What's the peak dB right now? It was 40 when I left. Coffee has a... Almost has like a nut flavor. That's weird. Tastes pretty good, though. There we go, 41. Yeah. We fine. Imagine this signal number here saying something like 140. I've been there. It's scary. I was like, oh, shit. We are so screwed. But that was the inside voice. The outside voice was like 140 decibels, bearing 210. Increasing. You have to say going up, by the way. You don't say the words increasing or decreasing because they sound too much the same. So going up, going down. Yeah. I got in trouble for that because I was always saying it wrong. I had the EXO actually yell at me on watch about that. I was like, oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. We're fine. We should be pretty close to... I didn't mark the time. You know what we can do is we can look at the chart. Which one's the chart? I forget my numbers here. Hold on one second. We're going to get it. We're going to figure it out. Is F4 the chart? F4 is the chart. Okay. So, oh my gosh. Did we not speed up? We did speed up. Oh, wow. How is he outrunning us? Well, he is going 310. I want to get him into 10,000 yards there. That's the plan. 10,000 yards. Yeah, it's 43, 42. Okay. It's becoming concerning, but I got to get in position to shoot this guy. We could shoot him right now. Let's just be frank. I could have shot him half hour ago. But I want to watch him explode on the periscope. I want to send a picture to the Pentagon so they can put it on the briefing and it can make it into the local news. Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some clout. I'm shocked that the fire control has never figured this out. Like, these guys are not good. Now, in their defense, they don't have data right now. Let's go look at sonar. Sonar's F5. Let's take a look. Yeah, we don't have any track right now, so fire control normally would not be updating anything. Without data, you're not expected to. But they have had 2 legs of data. They had a leg here and a leg there. And those were on 2 different courses. 200, 270. I mean, that's more than enough time on each leg to update the solutions. And sonar is just being silly, assigning all these new trackers. I mean, come on. We should have 1 tracker for the sphere or the lab and 1 tracker for the towed array on each contact. So 4 contacts, 8 trackers. We're up to Sierra 11. Well, are some of these WA only? That would be the exception. Yeah, normally if it's on the lab and it's on the WA, it gets the same Sierra number. Yeah. So, because those are Hall-mounted sensors, that's why you can do that. Those sensors are next to each other on the sub. Yep. Very easy to correlate by bearing when you do that. So we're going to have to turn to the northwest whenever we slow down. I might turn to the northwest before we slow down, so fire control gets a whole new leg of data. Because apparently I'm not giving them enough information for him to figure out these guys are going northwest. Like, it's pretty bad when the sonar supervisors figured it out and the dedicated, highly trained and motivated fire controlman named Leroy hasn't figured it out yet. You don't want sonar doing your sonar solutions. Or your fire control solutions, I mean. Yeah, we're still closing them. It's just not very much now. Our closure rate is 300 yards per minute. It's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all. Did I not come to comms right at the start? I did, yeah. I came to 40 feet. Somebody's telling me to come to 3.8 feet instead of 4.0 feet. I've come to 4.0 feet. Or, you know, it'll be funny if that's the difference. If it's literally... No, I've copied the broadcast at 4.0 feet before. Show did. Yeah, Schmuckatelli. Yeah. He's a schmuck. I don't mind trying to copy the broadcast again. I'm down for it. I just want to get this guy will be within range in about 3 minutes. So we'll come to I'm gonna come to like 300, and then we'll slow down and come up. He should be right off of our port, not really bow or even the beam. He'll be in between, closer to the port beam, I guess. And that should give fire control really good data. New leg, new speed. The bearing rate should be drawing forward, just a little bit though, not very fast, but it will be drawing forward because he's going faster than we are, or what we will be when we go to that course. His range right now is 10,600 yards. I'm just trying to get it to 10, because if he's doing 310 and we're doing 330, we're going to be opening immediately. So, but I don't feel comfortable getting even 10,000 yards away from an Arleigh Burke. That's just dumb. Because, I mean, if you get close enough, they will snap you up. You know, you just got to be smart about where you position yourself, you know. Right now, we're right on the edge of that shadow zone. We're starting to transition from bottom bounce into the shadow zone right now. So the closer we get, as long as we stay deep, the better we are. But I have to go shallow to take the photo of him exploding. So I'm taking that into account. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. Yeah, and this layer is like Superman. Look how strong this layer is. Boom. Let's update our SSP. Sure. Let's go that way. Yeah, so this is what, 7,000. That's 14. So 7 or 15. So it's like it's between 10 and 11,000 roughly. We're right about to transition into the shadow zone here. So like if we wanted to stay deep, we could, and we could still shoot him, but I'd have to have a lot of confidence that he didn't maneuver, because we haven't had contact in 20 minutes or probably 30 minutes. Let's see, when was the last time we had contact? He could have done anything in the last 20 minutes. We'd have no idea. Yeah, it's been 17 minutes. Been 17 minutes, so let's go ahead and let's come to course 310 so I don't open as much. All right, so we're at 250 feet, coming right to course 310. All right, let's go ahead and come on up to depth 4 feet. All right, we're coming up now. 214. Speed 15 knots. We're going to start slowing down again. Drive it like you stole it, right? 180 feet coming up. There we go. All right, ahead 2/3. See how quickly we slow down? Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, instead of coming to a head 1/3, I'm going to make turns for 7 knots. All right, let's get on the scope. Oh, it took me to this one. Let's keep using the command station for now. So there we go. What's our speed? 8 knots. Okay, raise it. We just regained all the contacts around 240. Excellent, excellent. Just do a quick safety check here. Okay. No close contacts. Down. Okay, right there. All right, let's give it a few seconds. Let's go take a look at sonar. See how we doing here. Good Lord, sonar. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Total is not quite stable yet, but so we have this guy might be close. He's starting to show up on the wall really well. Let's see if we can hear him. That's our warship. Yeah, for sure. So all 4 of these guys warship. The audio change was I went to towed array. You can hear that screw blade really well. And because he has that, pardon me, sorry, blow your eardrums out there. Because he has that high pitch steam tonal, he's showing up on the wah array really well. Nice. Let's, I want to take a look at him. I can't read the CR number. I think it's CR11 on Demon. Look how strong that is. That's really good. So he's saying he's doing 50 RPM, 40 RPM. So I'm saying 170 on a 5? Where was 170 line up at? 170 would be right there. What about here? He's printing like a 4-blader. Huh. I wonder if that's a merchant. It might be a merchant. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. We'll find out when we look at him. I mean, yeah. He sound with that steam ring. It sounds like it's a warship, but his screw blade looks like a merchant. I'm curious about him. 220. Well, let's take a look. Let's go back to the scope. Crap, I forgot. I guess I got to manually walk to the. If I want to use the command station, I got to come over here. All right, up we go. Do a quick airborne. Look for that helicopter. I know the helicopter's out here somewhere. With the rain splashing the way it is, I might miss the helicopter if it's close to the horizon. Okay, no, that was a splash. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let's just dip that one more time. Yep, just for a few seconds here. I'm doing the updates for Sierra 1, so let's see if we got any data on him. Yeah, I think Sonar's completely given up on Sierra 1, so they're calling it Sierra whatever now. Because I don't see any data now. So is it what other contact is bearing about 243? Or should it be 260? 260. Yeah. Let's go to Sonar and look at 260. I just want to see what Sierra number they have right here. Right here. Is that Sierra 16? Yeah. Sierra 16. All right. Let's take over responsibility for that. Let's make sure that it's the one that I think it is before we take over responsibility for it. So we're going to give up on Sierra 1, but we're going to keep this data. What's his range right now? He's not 15,000 yards. He's 10,000 yards. So speed 10, course 310, range 10. Oh, yeah, that's easy to remember. Let's plug that into Sierra 16, and I bet you it stacks. Yep, right there. Damn. That's definitely Sierra 1. All right, so let's type in range 10,000, course speed is 10 knots. His bearing is going to be 260. Let's apply that. I got the bearing wrong. Shit. Hold on one second. Let's see what sonar's bearing is. What's your towed array bearing right here? 255. About 255. Okay. Let's go back to fire control and type that in. 255. 255, 10,000 yards apply. Hello? There it is. We can clear Sierra 1 out of the system. Let's go to Sierra 1 and delete him. Oh, wow. I've never tried to delete one before. Let's see what happens. Huh. I don't know. That's odd. Okay, I'm not too worried about Sierra 1. Let's go to Sierra 16. That's the guy we're going to shoot. Right there. Let's tell fire control not to update Sierra 16 anymore. He belongs to me. He's mine. Secure. Sierra 16. Bam. Okay. Let's go back over here. All right, I got a high confidence solution. I really want to put eyeballs on this dude. If he's only 10,000 yards away, I don't see why we don't see at least his mast. All right, let's raise it back up. So we didn't see any helicopters. Let's get on his bearing. 255-ish. Stabilize this bad boy. Okay, it is stabilized. Let's zoom in. Whoa. Okay, the bearings had me... I got a little confused for a second there, but let's get on the right bearing. He may not be our closest contact anymore, by the way. But I don't see him at all. He's not on thermal. He's not on IR. I know they said in the notes that they had adjusted the distance that you can see. I assume they mean shorter now, I guess. I'm keeping the scope out of the water for way too long. I should dip it right now. I'm looking down the bearing of all the sonar contacts, and I don't see anybody. Okay. Yeah, I don't see nobody. That's a shame. That's a shame. Yeah, these guys might be walking away from us. That's possible. Well, they're definitely walking away from us now if they're doing 10 knots. So I'm going to put a weapon on Sierra 16 and see what happens. I really hope that fire control gets his act together with the other contacts. Like, I'm doing 1 contact out of 4, so they have 3 opportunities to get it right. Let's go ahead and apply that. Let's apply this to tube 2. Sierra 16, tube 2. Yep. I'm going to adjust my presets here to enable the weapon a little bit early because I'm not confident in the range. Everything else, speed, I'm confident in, but range, I'm not. Does it stack? We need to check that. Apply that solution, apply presets to tube 2. Let me go ahead and flood tube 2. And let me go back and, yeah, the dot stack's not bad. It's close enough for government work, which is all we need. Lockheed will figure it out. You get the weapon within 5,000 yards, it'll figure it out. All right, let's go back to the tube. Let's go ahead and open the outer door. All right, what's our speed? 7 knots. I like it. Let's see if anything crazy going on. Nope. My closest contact might be 220. We're going to take a look at bearing 225, 220. All right, so firing point procedures on Sierra 16, bearing 257. System solution is range 10,200 yards, course 310, speed 10 knots, high confidence, match, apply, set to weapon. Oh, there we go. Set. Torpedo run time is going to be, oh, it doesn't tell us in this game. Okay. Weapon will enable at 1,500 yards from target. Speed is high to high. Straight line search. Active sonar at 300 feet set. Arm the weapon. Shoot tube 2. We'll go to sonar. And we'll turn on audio. See if we can hear the weapon here. Sierra 19 is the weapon. Wire clearance maneuver complete. Right there. Good job. Weapon is merging on the bearing of the threat. Sierra 16. Look how loud our ejection pump transient was. That's very detectable. That could give us away. We've got to be careful of that. No, there's nothing you can do about it. If you're going to launch a weapon, you launch a weapon. But I have no audio on this weapon. One thing we want to verify is the narrowband signature of our ad cap. And he faded. So we had the weapon for right here, 11 to 17. So about 55 seconds. For broadband detection, that's all you get. And if the weapon's coming at you, it's even quieter because all the noise is on the aft end of the weapon. That's the time you have to evade if you don't hear the weapon's launch or active. Terrifying. That's just Jesus. Terrifying. So the weapon did less. That's the weapon. That's what the weapon sounds like. Let's go to narrowband. That's the weapon right there, folks. Give me that. Come on. Oh, we have no audio. That's right. I want to see what the weapon looks like on narrowband. It's very important that we write these down. Right here. Yep. Right there. So this should be a harmonic of 150. Yep, that's the weapon right there. 450, and then it should be 600, but it's actually a little bit high. 620. Oh, that's interesting. Why is it high? It should be 150, 300, 450, 600. What is that? Yeah, that's an anomaly. That's something else. This is what I expect right here. This is the weapon for sure. This should say 600 hertz, and it doesn't. We're looking at TB23. Huh. That's the fundamental right there. 250. Oh, fuck. I fat fingered it. So get my hand off the mouse so I can see. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Give me back. Oh, shoot. It's back. Yeah, you got that there it is. You can see it really good now. That is a torpedo, folks, right there. Frequency, right there. Those should be harmonically related. And they're not. Or they are. Oh. They are related. Hold on a second. What does this say? Hold on. No, where's the frequency at? There you go. Okay, so 360, 450, Math. 270, 90 hertz? Okay, sure. Whatever the game wants it to be. So it's a 90 hertz harmonic on the torpedo. That's not what I remember it being last week, but they might have changed it. I also might have measured it wrong last week. I don't know. All right, and torpedo's gone. Shit. Torpedo's merged on the bearing of the target, so that's all that matters to us right now. .90 hertz harmonics. That's what you want to remember. 90 hertz harmonics, and it was high to high. That's why. Oh my God! Of course. So if you shoot low to high, it's 150 hertz harmonics. High to high, it's 90 hertz harmonics. That does make sense. Yeah. Of course. Okay. Duh. Right? Am I right? Like, of course. Yeah, I don't see nothing now. I mean, I see a glob of, oh, that's the Arleigh Burke. Yeah, that's even in the recognition manual. It just shows a glob of what looks like broadband noise. It says, this is what you look for in an Arleigh Burke, and it looks similar to that in the recognition manual. So maybe that's exactly what we're looking at. Oh, God bless America. Okay. I got to train my brain to play the game. I'm unlearning. Oh, now that had my attention for a second, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay. Yeah. Are these four Arleigh Burkes? Is that what this is? Like we'll know in the debrief. It'll tell us. But all I see on this glob of frequencies right now is Arleigh Burke. You would think there would be some variety of contacts, but maybe not. All right, let's go back. Let's take a look at our weapon. Our weapon's out there swimming around, having some fun, doing his thing. It's in search mode, and it's going in a weird direction. What? Oh, I see what happened. So it is an active search. Our range must have been wrong. Yeah. He's farther away than I thought. But as long as the weapon merged on the bearing, which he did, I'm going to let this cook. I'm going to let this go. The weapon is searching down the line of bearing of the contact right now. And he should get a detection. Weapon's 11,000 yards away searching. He's doing a straight line search. What we could do is have him do a snake search to widen his scanning. Let's update that. And we're going to watch him. He's going to look right, center, left, center. And there's 3 contacts in this area. He's going to hit one of them for sure. I don't know why it went back to transit. Oh, shit. It's going to turn around. Okay, I see what it did there. I just wanted it to update its snake search, but now it's going to go back to where it thinks the contact is, which is in our direction, by the way. That's a torpedo alarm. It's fine. It's fine. So what we'll do in this case is we'll just update the solution to Sierra 16 because it's still in search mode. But if I do this, it'll steer back towards where we're telling it Sierra 16 is, which is right there. Hello? Let's check our solution, make sure it's accurate. What's sonar bearing? Does sonar not... Uh-oh. Our contact might have maneuvered, son of a gun. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. Does sonar not have contact anymore? I think that's what happened. I think he maneuvered. Son of a bitch. Well, whenever the contact maneuvered or whatever the contact did, it's faded now. We don't have any new data. So we could let the torpedo search for a little bit, but I really want to steer him back onto the bearing of where we have the other. Oh, if you look down here, look right there. It just merged on the bearing of the second target in the convoy. Let's see if the target if the torpedo says it has a target now. No, it says it's in search. But because it's searching in the direction of the other contacts, I'm going to let it go. I should not do that, by the way. You should shoot the contact you originally aimed at. But because I lost contact, I have no way of updating this confidently. I'm going to let him search in the direction that he's steering right now. Yeah. I got to steer him back to the west. I think the problem is these contacts are out here at like 20,000 yards. Between 15 and 20 now. So I got to steer him 270. So how can I do that? Well, I can put Sierra 16 over here. So let's go to the solution. And because I don't have any update, I'm going to say his actual bearing is 255. 255. And his range is 15,000 yards, right? I'm just completely making that up. The reason why I'm making that up is I want to assign that as the solution for the torpedo to search in, the direction I want him to search in. So now I'm going to assign that to tube 2, and he should look in the vicinity, unless he's got a target, he doesn't. He should look in the vicinity of Sierra 16 right now. Now let's update his presets as well. Boom. All right, so he's turning back towards Sierra 16 after a little excursion to the south. So we've learned a lot. We've learned where they're not. They're not here and they're not down here, which means they're farther to the west, bearing 255-ish. There's a group of 3 of them pretty close together. This weapon should see one of them. It looks like it went back to pre-enable. I want him to keep pinging, so I'm going to enable his range at 2,000 yards from target, which should be, actually, let's do 3,000 yards. 3,000 yards from target. Assign solution, update presets. So it's going to mark this range at 15,000 yards. It's going to begin searching again out of transit mode at 12,000 yards roughly, which is here in just a few seconds. So it looks like it went back out of search mode, which would make sense if it thinks it's greater than 3,000 yards away from the target. Right now, it thinks it's 3,500 yards away. So it's getting back into that window of 3,000 yards around the target of where we're telling it is. And it's going to start going active again here in about 400 yards. Okay, let's read some chat. Yeah, I pushed the range out to 15 just to be sure. He's going to start going active at 12. So. It is a wide snake search, yeah. The way this game simulates snake search is not realistic in my opinion. But you could say that about a lot of little details. The fact that it does a snake search is what's important. It should start searching here in a second. It's within 3,000 yards now. All right, it says it's in transit. I'm going to go ahead and enable it. Yeah, active sonar enable. Okay, I kind of forced it into a search mode. All right, and now it's going to do this, yeah, crazy snake. Like, it looks pretty wide, like you said. Do they shoot back now? No. Not yet, anyway. Not yet, anyway. 1 minute. 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 Let's take a look at sonar, make sure nothing crazy's happened. Oh my God. Stop that. Okay. Yeah, they haven't maneuvered at all. So what it is I just think they're much farther away than I thought they were. They could be twice the range I gave them, which would mean that they're going much faster. Which does check with some of the screw blades I was getting. I mean, some of them were really high. But the Demon display was still showing like 40, 60 RPM, which is maybe half of what they're actually, or what it sounds like they're doing. During the debrief, we'll get the actual speeds, and we'll see if I was even close. But audibly, 15 knots, maybe 10, between 10 and 15 knots. But visually, well, Demon was like 5 knots, which was silly. They weren't doing 5 knots. So I'm not good at Demon yet. Once I get good, I'll make the tutorial on it, but I'm still trying to figure it out myself. So that's steam ring. All 3 of those contacts sound the same. Could be 3 warships. And what's their bearing? Let's make sure the torpedo's on the right bearing. Bearing 255 to 247, 255, 260 to 245. That 15-degree wedge is at least 3 contacts moving away from us, which is really good for the weapon. The weapon loves moving targets. That little sonar system that's on the nose of that torpedo likes that a lot. It's made for that. 14,000 yards away now. What's the torpedo bearing? Torpedo bearing is 255. It's right in the middle of those 3 ships. So I could turn Snake off and just have it run. Run straight, because it's going to see something. Right now, it's just a question of range. I did click update, right? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. That's not good. Huh. It's doing a circle. Did I say circle? No, I said straight. Okay, hold on. Let's assign solution. Assign presets. We're about to lose the wire. We got to be careful. Once we lose the wire, we lose control of the weapon, so. I'll shoot a harpoon at this thing if I have to. Either way, we're going to get a hit today. I want to blow him up. Explode him. Yeah, I'm not sure why it did a circle there, but I'm kind of okay with it. It almost looks like it's going into re-attack, but it never detected the target. So it should not have gone into re-attack at all. Course is 290, which is close to what I had for them. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a good course. You don't want it to be parallel. You want it to be closing, so that's what's happening. But, man, I must have been way off on the range. Like, the range is already outside 15, and he's looking a good 15,000 yards away, and he's looking an additional 1,000 to 2,000 yards, which means he's looking out to close to 17,000 yards and still not seeing the target. Let's try and change his search depth to, let's go 90 feet. Because that layer is really shallow, right? Let's just see if that makes a difference. It's coming up now. Oh shit, we lost the wire. Oh, we might be screwed. Okay, well that weapon's coming. Don't turn south, because there is an ad cap looking for a target down here. Yikes. Okay, that's terrifying. What do you say we load a harpoon in that tube and employ that tactic? Because that's a lot more reliable, it seems. Yeah. I can't steer the harpoon back at myself and then lose the wire. Holy smokes, dude. Oh, do we not have any harpoons? Uh-oh. Oh, well, hold on. What am I doing? Let's just check up here. Oh, wow. Yeah, harpoon is 0. All we have is Mark 48. And we have no reloads. Oh, no. Oh, that's sad. All right, fine. Let's shoot tube 1 then. Let's pick a target we actually have a solution on. That's a good stack. I mean, it's not great, but it's... I don't know. Are we getting... Hold on a second. Let's move his range to 20,000 yards and just see how... I'll shoot him again. Because this is like 3 contacts, even though I'm doing a solution for 1. Damn, that's what it was. I had his range way off. This guy's much farther away. Shoot. All right. Let's apply that. Yeah, we're going to lose track, but that stack is not bad. If I do this, man, look at that. Holy crap. All right, 22,000 yards. Let's sign Sierra 16 to tube 1 and then, I don't know, maybe employ time compression or something. This shot's going to take forever to get out there. Oh, my word. I'm going to do a straight line search. I'm going to do 90 feet. Well, the run's going to be 300, but I want him to search at like a very shallow depth, which that could actually hurt the sonar search, but that layer seems to be affecting the torpedo active, maybe. I don't know. But that's almost too... This is almost worse. Because then the surface is what's limiting the active in that case. Yeah, that's not going to do. Let's keep it at 300. Let's just hope the torpedo active is good enough to get through that. All right, let's shoot tube. Let's get tube 1 ready, actually. Make it ready. Oh, crap. Make it ready. Flood the tube. Open the door. No solution. Did I not assign it? I meant to assign it. Okay, there we go. Door is not opened. What the fuck? Open the door. Why does it say no solution? It's assigned. It says assigned. Oh, it says, oh, it's tube 3. I didn't read the little, tiny little letter there or number there, right? Is it still not assigned? What the hell? Tube 1, 016, assigned solution. Assign presets. This should be ready. There it goes. Wow. All right. Shoot tube 1. All right. Let's get back on sonar and take a look at it. All right. Let's see if we can listen to the audio of the torpedo. Come on, baby. We shot from the disengaged side. Starboard, it's going across the bow now. Yeah, I don't hear anything. I am going to look for that 620 hertz again, though. On narrowband, once it gets on the bearing. I shot at bearing 255. That's where it should go, is right about here where my cursor's at. We want to make sure it merges on this bearing here. That's the target. It will lead the target a small amount because he's so far away. So, whew, that's a hell of a lead, though. What's his last bearing? Well, the fire control will tell us what bearing he's on. The torpedo knows where it is. .270. All right. Let's get to narrowband. Let's turn off audio. Let's get to narrowband. Let's look for that 600 hertz again, because that was interesting. 620, I mean. Total array. Something right. Oh, fudge you. Oh, my God. Get back on the fucking solar system. Yes, this is what we saw before. These harmonics should be 150 hertz apart. And they're not. They're 90. Why are they different this week? Okay, this is 720. This is 628 to 718. Yeah, it's 90 hertz. 90 hertz harmonics with a strong reinforcement at 260. So why would that be 90, 180? It thinks it has 3 blades, which is silly. Whatever. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blades. Yeah, that's much more. Should be like 11, right? 8, 9, 10. Yeah. We should see. Well, we wouldn't see this one because it's so high frequency. That's the torpedo. That's what a torpedo looks like. It's not bad either. It's not exact. There's things missing, but this is good that it stands out. It's so different. You will certainly recognize a torpedo in this game when you see it. This will save you because you'll see this before you hear the active. Before that active alarm goes off, you'll see this. If you see this, it's time to go. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. How long did we have broadband? Last one was 55 seconds. This one was, okay, so it begins at 3:08 to about 2:13. So yeah, about 55 seconds of broadband is all you get with torpedoes, which that's pretty freaking realistic. That's true. Fucking Royal Navy, Trafalgar, Autech, Bahamas. 2005. Shot us like that. Scared the shit out of me. Good thing they're on our side though, right? Good job, Royal Navy. Shooting my submarine out from under my feet. Now, in our defense, that's why we were there. We were the target. So, but we did make it easy on them. They still shot us, so good for them. Royal Navy's pretty good. What scared me on that event was we did multiple runs where we were shooting each other. But on that event that I'm thinking of right now, we did not hear the submarine at all. And we heard the torpedo, not the launch. We heard the torpedo come out of the dark. And I was like, oh my God, thank God us in England don't go to war, because they would definitely get some kills with their one operational submarine. I'm sorry. They probably have more than one. But anyway, my point is they're very good, and I'm so glad we're on the same side, because that's a little bit terrifying. Yeah. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's go back and just see what the torpedo says. Torpedo says it's transiting. It's on a good bearing. These guys are way the hell out here. Fire control, Sierra 1-4 is in a good position. Well, 42,000 yards. See, fire control has the range way too long. Mine was way too short. The truth is in between. And hopefully weapon 2 figures it out, you know. Hopefully weapon 2 figures it out. Oh, boy. Yeah, does anyone know the status of the Royal Navy? Because I know they have, last I heard, so this is not recent, is that they have one operational ballistic missile submarine at sea. So they must have at least 2 so they can swap them out, I assume. But how many fast attacks, how many astutes are actually operational? I think they built 6, right? Is it 6? Oh, super chat. Thanks for the memories. Got to run. Hey, have a good one there, mate. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Really good stuff. Welcome, everybody. We have a lot of people now. Do you know why? Yeah, we're getting closer to the lunch hour here in the United States. So we always have a little spike in viewership as people, I assume, are watching us on their phone or something as they're eating their bologna sandwich. You heard the Royal Navy exists on paper. Stop it. 1 boomer's presumably at sea with no astute. Oh, wow. That's, man, it's so sad. I sympathize with them. So I really hope they get that worked out. And I'm not being sarcastic. I really mean that. One, they're on our side. We want them to be at sea, right? But From my experience, which again is many, many years ago, they are very good sailors, submarine sailors, and they will straight up sink your ass, even if you're paying attention. Because like I said, in that one example, I heard the weapon before I heard the submarine. And I was like, oh shit, here it comes, time to evade. We did not evade that weapon. We didn't have enough time. We did not evade that one. Which, that should not be traumatizing. It's training. It's a weapon that doesn't have a warhead on it. The traumatizing part is my mind projecting into the future. What if we're in a war, but with a different country, of course, but you see a weapon when it's that close, it's already too late. You have about 45 seconds to make peace with God. That's the terrifying part. Yeah. Of course, you're going to go fast. You're going to launch your countermeasures. You're going to try to evade. But we did all of that, and that weapon didn't give a damn. It got us. It got us. So, and they shoot the spearfish, man. That is a wild weapon. It is fast. That thing's like a bullet. It's a very fast weapon. The parachute course. Yeah, the parachute course is intense. I watched a documentary on that, and I was really impressed with how intense it is. They had an American presumptive P captain. What's the word? Prospective captain. That's what they are until they graduate. And he struggled. He was struggling. I was a little embarrassed, but also I was kind of pulling for him. And to be fair, there was an English captain or a British captain that struggled as well. It's a tough course. And you can tell fatigue was playing a major factor in their speed of decisions. And you got to be able to make the right decision quickly when you're exhausted. And that's everybody on the submarine, but the captain especially. So I'm very glad that one, they sent an American to that course, and then they documented it. They made I don't want to say a movie, it was a documentary, and I forget where I saw it. It's probably on YouTube now because it's years old, but it's really intense. And I would recommend it if I knew the name of it. But the name of the course is Perisher. I think I'm saying that right. It's really good. Chronic can kick in for 30 years. What? Oh, they have several frigates. That's good. Yeah, the Type 23 frigate. I got a personalized one-on-one walking around the deck tour with a sailor, a sonarman. I think it was like the lead sonarman on that ship back in 2018, 2019 when he visited Florida. And dude, that ship is pretty amazing. We lost the wire. That's what happened there, folks. Lost the wire. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure we got a hit, and I'm ready to take a break. So let's see if any of our weapons hit anything. Because so far it looks like we have 2 misses simply because, one, I was wrong on the range for the first shot. The second shot, he's too far away. Our torpedo could still be closing him right now, but I can't hang my hat on that solution, 23,000 yards. Let's go to the debrief and see what the actual answer was. And then we're going to take a break. Okay, you guys want to do that? Before I go to the debrief, let's go to external camera. Let's take a look at the surface ships. Oh. All right. Oh, look at him. Holy crap. He's in the fog. That's an Arleigh Burke. So that's 2, 3, 4 Arleigh Burkes. Or it's the same 3 over and over again. No, there's no aircraft. I have aircraft selected. No aircraft. So at least 3 Arleigh Burkes, maybe 4. And they're all hauling ass, by the way. Speed is fast. It's fast now. I don't know if it was fast the whole time. Let's go to debrief. Pretty sure we got 2 misses is what it looks like. Did not hit anybody. There was 4 Arleigh Burkes. We had a Block 3 submarine, so yeah, I knew it wasn't Block 4 because we didn't have the Block 4 displays, and it wasn't Block 1, so Block 2 and 3 very similar. Let's go to summary. Let's go to review. There it is. Yeah. Let's turn off sensor data and just look at the truth. This is what really happened. Oh, there was a Poseidon out there. 2 of them even. Oh, that's cool. I never saw him. I was looking for him. I never saw him. Ugh. So our original contact, who is this? Combined chaff infrared? Why is he chaffing? Oh, he's launching countermeasures. He's having a ball. We got this guy on sonar right now. Where can I read on ship's data? I want to see what depth we're at. Did he launch countermeasures because of the flyover? It might have been because of that. They all did. The whole fleet did. Okay. I don't think they have us. We did broach, but that wasn't until like an hour into it. We did. So, okay. So our course was right. They're 310 the whole time, but look at their range. They're way the hell out here. Oh my God. So even fire control's range was short. I thought this range was long. I tried to put them like in here, but they were out here. Okay. Okay. Do you know what I don't like is fire control doesn't seem to update their solution over time. Whatever their initial solution is kind of what they stay with, which that doesn't help us. I can't do all the contacts. And that's why I did just one. But look at where I thought he was and what I shot compared to what they really were. They were so far away. That's 40, 50,000 yards. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, so here's us shooting. My range was way off. That's ridiculous. So they must have been doing 30 knots. Like seriously. If they had that kind of bearing rate and they're at 60,000 yards. Wow. Yeah, they were just hauling ass. Oh, what was that? Hold up. Wait a minute. Was that a real contact? Hold on. So the torpedo did see a real contact. Sierra 1-3. Hold up. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sierra 1-8. Who was this? And then I manually steered it off him. Thank God. Whatever that was, it might have been a whale. But the torpedo liked it. It started following it. And then I steered it back up to where I thought was the right bearing, which if you look where we're at and they're at, this is the right bearing. But my range was short, and it's short by 40,000 yards, 20 miles short. I thought he was 10 miles away. He was 30 miles away. Wow. So the answer to this one, if you only have 4 ad caps, is to run like hell in the direction that they are at like 30 knots. No towed array out until you get within weapons range. Oh my God. I'm trying to figure out how I would have known that. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. Our first clue was we didn't have any visual. That was our first clue. But I mean, you can only see out 10,000, 12,000 yards anyway. I mean, in this game, I've seen contacts at like 18, but I think they've adjusted that. That's what I was trying to figure out. But these guys were so far beyond 18. This is 60,000 yards. Yeah. I really needed a waypoint. I really did need a waypoint for that one. Like come here and do a sonar search type waypoint. Which we never did test the comms. We did comms in the beginning. I didn't get the message. I should have gone back up again and shallower. That's what we'll do in the next one. Is I'll try both depths. I'll go to 40 feet like I always do. Copy the broadcast. If that doesn't work, we'll do what the gentleman said. He said 3-8 feet is the minimum depth. You got to be above that to get the message. So we could try that. All right, let's do this. We'll be right back. We will be right back. guess I'll just leave you on this screen here. Yep. Take five. Take five, everybody.
Are you on a break?
Yeah, I'm on a break.
Oh, Wayne's here fixing the siding.
Oh, I should close the window then. Is my feet next to the window? Is he on the corner of the house?
Yeah.
What did he say about it?
Well, he's in the dining room right now, and he's half hanging out the window fixing the siding.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. Okay. You said Wayne, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Lucky tried to attack him.
Oh. Lucky
Just
was
for the
the
belly
wrong
rubs.
place. Uh, are we putting the piece over the hole? Is that the fix?
Yeah, I think so. It's like a patch.
Patch, okay. Cool beans. Sounds good. Yeah, we're just taking a few minutes, but you guys doing a lunch or what's?
Well, I was going to maybe after he gets done.
Okay. Yeah. The whole thing? Anyway, I'm still going up there. I'll be doing it until I'm hungry, which will probably be 2 or 3 o'clock. Well, it is a state-run program. Oh, so like, I'm just gonna be upstairs. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, no, I'll be there. So, but like for today, are you doing, you want me to do some filming right now? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're out riding right now, so. Okay, I'm gonna go back up there then. Yeah, you too. Whew. Whoa. All right. Alrighty, alrighty. How you doing, boys and girls? Men and women, ladies and gentlemen. You ready for some shenanigans? Let's catch up on chat just to see what everybody's talking about. I haven't read chat at all today. Yep. How are we looking? We look good. Look good. Looking good. I'm back on my diet, working out again. Yeah. Feels good. We'll see what happens. Fire Control had the Burks at 43,000 yards, 21 knots by default. Pretty good solution by them, says Mr. Weiss. Okay. Yeah, they were much farther than I thought. So, yep. So I want to do another mission that has a radio message because I want to get the depth thing resolved. I thought I resolved it to 40 feet. Gentleman in chat said no, it is 38 feet, and he's probably right. But I just want to we're gonna verify this. Let's do a scenario. A scenario should have a message involved at some point. We're not going to do the same one again. No. Let's see. Submarine. Boy, that could be... We could go a long time without any context. So let's be careful of that one. God help us. Okay, this sounds funny. What's this one? For the past 20 days, a cruise ship carrying... Oh, this is that weird one. It's a cruise ship that we got to sink. This cruise ship has some kind of aggressive virus on it. And the solution is to sink it with the people on it. God bless America. That's ridiculous. But, okay. I don't have many options. It's either that or drop off a SEAL team. I really don't want to do that either. What's this Akent? Brand new SSGN has been launched. This one would be fun, but I think that would be a long time without contact because it's an anti-submarine mission. And we got to do time compression. We'll have to see if that works at all. Yeah. All right, let's do God Help Us. God Help Us is go sink a cruise ship that is also being assisted by... This should say LHD, right? Is this a typo? The Type 75 Chinese amphibious assault ship is land helicopter dock, LHD, right? Not P. I think, I don't know. Pretty sure it should say D. But with China, you never know. They may call it a P. I don't know. Yeah, you never know. Functionally, it's an LHD. That's what I've always called it. But China be crazy sometimes, you know. Yeah, first thing we're gonna do is copy the broadcast because we got to figure out what depth to go to. If 40 feet's not the right depth, I need to know for one, and then tell everybody else. All right, let's see what we got here. What's on ship's conditions? We got course 030. We're at 150 feet. Okay, we got no contacts, right? Let's put the sonar operators on real quick. That's a 1. A fire control. That's a 2. And let's do the ESM operator. Oh, shoot. I didn't... What block of submarine are we on? I think it's block 3 again is what it looks like, but... I kind of want to try the block 4 because the block 4 has got some features that I really like. I'm a fan of the block 4 now. I used to not be, but now I am. I've seen the error of my ways. All right, there we go. So that's that. Let's take a sounding. Make sure we're not going to run into the freaking earth again. Oh, that's not sounding. Which one's sounding? That's the sounding. Let's go to feet. Just see how deep it is. Hopefully it's deep water again. That'd be nice. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 12,000 feet. That's fine. That's a fine. Okay, we're going to come to periscope depth and copy the broadcast. Let's begin by going ahead 2/3. Make your depth 4 feet. Course 030. So we're heading northeast. Let's take a look at the chart while we're coming up. Which button was the chart? Was it F4? It was F4. I'm trying to learn these buttons. So we're out here in the middle of South China Sea. Kind of heading up this direction. I bet you layer's at 72 feet, but let's verify it. You know, it's always good to check, right? Always good. 72 feet. Same layer as last time. Yep. Exact same conditions. So we're gonna have that shadow zone out to about 10,000 yards. Yep. Let's bring this in. Let's zoom in a little bit. Right about to there. Yeah. So 12,000 yards is here. So, and if that's 6.5, that's about 13 actually. Yeah, 10,000 roughly. Oh, we just gained a bunch of contacts. Yay. Okay. You can see here the sound channel above the layer, how the sound is being bent up and it's just bouncing off the surface. This can focus sound for a long ways. Get really good long range detection. We saw that in the last episode. Really good detection. Okay, now instead of using this one, I'm going to use the actual, this is the dedicated workstation that does the Photonics mast. We're at 9 knots. Ah, crap, I got to slow down. Hold on. Head 1/3. As long as you're below 10 knots, you're fine. But we were right at 10 knots when I raised it, so that was a bit premature. All right, so we're at 5.4 feet now. Let's go to thermal. Or IR, I mean. This is IR. This cuts through the haze really well, which is why I do the safety sweep with that. All right, no close contacts. We had P3s last time, so we got to pay attention. Or it might have been Poseidon's, but I didn't see him. So we want to play, okay. Down. Let's see where the water line is here. We're at 50 feet. Okay. We'll keep this down. Who's my closest contact by sonar? Let's take a look-see-loo. We have one contact. Clearly Sierra 2 bearing 044 is the closest contact. Certainly the loudest. That doesn't always mean he's the closest, but in these environmental conditions, it probably does. Those two probably equate. Just don't get lazy and always think that, because they'll burn you. So sometimes you'll get a CZ contact that's burning in, it's really loud, and he's like 30 miles away, you know? Like the ships that we had in the last scenario might have been CZ contacts. They were far enough to qualify for CZ for sure. I should have verified that. That's kind of on me for not checking that. Yeah. That's kind of my fault. Yeah, I don't see shit. Nothing on thermal. All right, let's get down again. Again, we're always dipping the scope. You're never leaving the scope up. We're at 5.1 feet. Okay. Always be dipping. Now, Fire Control should be plotting these on the... Let's see what they're doing. Do they have any solutions yet? The operator is assigned, and this is our little personal Fire Control station, so let's just see what we have here. So we have Sierra 1. Sierra 4 is who I'm interested in. Look at his bearing rate. Oh, that's interesting. A little bow there. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, so he's on the right, drawing right. All we did was slow down. So he's closer to 15 knots on our course. Now that we're slowing down, and he's peeling away. Okay, so he's opening, and he's headed east. Yeah, there's no way he's headed south and has 0 bearing rate. So he's headed east, or it could even be northeast, but at least east, not south. He's somewhere between 090 and 030. He's in that wedge. That's his course. What does Fire Control say for course? 270. What? No. Well, I suppose. Oh, yeah, if you flip it around. If he's closing instead of opening. And always assume closing initially. Okay. Oh, he's 0 bearing rate again. What the hell's going on with Sonar's bearings? They're all over the damn place. Hold on a second. Sonar, you have good track. There's no excuse for that. Come on, buddy. Oh, what the hell? I'm not going to put out the tow to rate because we might have to sprint to... Oh, we got to find the cruise ship. That's right. Well, let's listen to this first. Audio. That's nasty. That's dirty. Okay. I'm not going to say it's a cruise ship. I have no idea, but it doesn't sound like a warship. If that's a warship, he needs maintenance. I'm trying to figure out how we got on the right drawing right bearing rate. That's a 0 bearing rate contact. If anything, it's on the right drawing left. So what we'll do is, so right now he's about 30 degrees off of our starboard side, right? Let's cross his bearing and go to his right so that he's on our left. And we should see his bearing rate, run off to the north. Unless he's doing that westerly course. Yeah. That's a good way to figure that out. So let's go to the helm. Let's make turns for 7 knots. And we're going to come right to course. What's his bearing? Oh, shit. I didn't write it down. So let's go with 090. Sure. Let's go 090 for now. I'm going to go back and look at it. But I want to start turning. Okay, we have a right rudder. Our depth is good. We are going to check the radio. Don't you worry about that. I haven't forgot. I might have forgot. But I just remembered, so it's fine. It's the same thing as not forgetting if you remember, right? 090. Okay, that's fine. Oh, yeah. If anything, we went too far. But that's fine. We're only doing 7 knots. So, but I expect his bearing rate, if I'm right, to go wee. Yep. Yeah, we'll see what he does. Let's get back on the scope because it's been too long. We don't want to be not paying attention. All the way up, please. Just do a quick sweep. We're doing peacetime safety rules. We're not at war with anybody, so the primary objective here is to not hit anybody and then not be counter-detected. If you're on mission, not get counter-detected is the top one. Always. I don't care what anybody else says. I've been there, and that's how it's done. You also don't want to hit anybody. Okay. But if you get counter-detected, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. Oh, hey, they finally got it on the chart. All right, so this is the picture. This is what fire control sees. CR4 is really loud. CR4 is kind of the guy that I'm thinking is going north. I think CR4, I'm not saying a rendezvous, but he's heading in the direction of these contacts. Fire control thinks he's headed west. I could actually see that based on the little bit of data we have. He could be headed west. My initial instinct was north. Northeast, actually, if you remember, but I'll say north. He's definitely not headed east. We know that much. He's not headed south either, so that's 2 out of 4 we've eliminated in terms of cardinal bearings. Yeah. We're going to narrow this down. I'm going to show you guys how to do sonar voodoo. Yeah. And his bearing rate is picking up to the left. It's a slight, granted. He's still far away, okay? But there's more bearing rate now than there was back here. Like up here to back here, I can clearly see a difference. So that tells me he's headed north, more north than west. It might be northwest, but it's more north than west. Which means we don't want to stay on this course. We're going to get behind this guy. But I don't even know if he's anybody that we care about. I have no idea. I can't see him. All right, let's get the radio broadcast. Okay, let's test. Let's go to the helm now. We are at 5.3 feet as ordered. I am going to raise just the HDR mast and the ESM mast. Okay, fully raise those, and we're going to come to. Well, let's start at 40 feet because I think we can get the broadcast at 40 feet. This is what I remember doing like 2 weeks ago, and it worked. So let's go into radio. And what you have to do is go to the antenna control, and even though it's raised, fully raise it. Put that sucker all the way up. Also, make sure you got a broadcast that you can receive when we do. We got DMR Delta, Bravo, and 2 Delta. So that's good. We should get a good comp. All right, that's the ESM. Let's take a look at AIS. See if any of these guys have their AIS turned on. Oh, shit. That might be close. Who the hell's that? Oh, no. What's his 38 amps? Is that the P3 again? That looks a hell of a lot like we saw last time. That might be the P3. All right, well, we're doing science, so I'm going to keep the... If I saw that and I thought it was a P3, I would dip immediately. Like, that's the right answer. Because he's probably tracking us. It kind of looks that way. And there's no AIS, so none of these are civilians. Even though we know one of them's a cruise ship. He doesn't have his AIS turned on. I just realized it wasn't fully raised, so... Let's see if we get AIS now. No. Okay. So what's his bearing? 237. That's good. All right, let's go back into radio. See if radio's got any information for us. We'll sit here for a second. We also want to make sure we're at 40 feet. Our depth is 38 feet right now. So even though I said go to 40 feet, we're going to see if we get a message at 38 feet. There was an update, yes. It was Hotfix patch. I didn't see a number on the Hotfix, but they put out some notes. I've got them around here somewhere. If I click over here, is it going to close the stream? Hold on. Let me just see if I can click on them. I had them open earlier. All right. Well, while we're waiting on radio, and for the gentleman who said 38 feet, that's where we are now. So I don't know if that gentleman's still here or not. But, okay. What did they fix? They fixed a game-breaking null reference error that I never saw, so I don't know what that is. But it would cause the game to freeze up or something. They resolved an issue with the training torpedoes in that mission 1, AUKUS, where they weren't registering hits properly. We might have saw that. We weren't sure. I thought I had just missed. Which, based on the previous episode, probably did. What else did they fix? They fixed multiple bugs causing players to spawn at the incorrect depth. We definitely saw that. Do you remember when we would spawn on the surface and we were supposed to be shallow? That's been fixed. They corrected objective triggers not triggering properly on mission 1 specifically. Is it mission 1 of the first campaign or the second? So what we want to do is we want to play mission 1 on the campaign and see if we can do the primary objectives and pass the mission successfully without doing the secondary, because that's the way it's supposed to work. Let's see. What else did they get? Okay, this is the sensors. This is the part that I'm really interested in here. It says over-the-horizon visual calculation through the Photonics mast. Issues regarding Earth curvature, viewing for ship hull rendering. Remember how we would see the whole ship? Even though it's 18,000 yards away, you should just see the mast and maybe a little bit of the superstructure, depending on how big it is. But we were seeing the hull as if it was very close and it was really far away. So that has been addressed. It says fixed. Okay. And then finally, this is the one that I like. Verified and restored proper sonar operations on the Block 4, which is why I'm trying to get the Block 4, and correct the waterfall component for Demon on Blocks 1, 2, and 4. We're Block 3, son of a gun. So I got to do a Block 2 or a Block 4 mission. I want to do a Block 4. I know how to force us into a Block 4 if we need to. So at 38 feet, I'm not getting any messages, it says. Let's go ahead and just raise everything. Let's raise all the mast and antennas. Well, one of each, not literally everything, but the comms mast is what I mean. So we have the satellite mast and the communication bra 34. There's no reason to not get the broadcast. Let's go. We're at 38 feet, 38.7. Let's go to 3.5 feet, which is ridiculous. But let's see if that's what we got to do. And let's fully raise those masts and antennas. So we want to go back to radio. And antenna control, you want to make sure... Yeah, make sure they're all the way raised. Drag it all the way to the right. And we should, if they're... Oh, there it is, receiving. So, mark the depth. 3.5 feet. We'll say 3.6 because it was really close to 3.6 feet. We started receiving our message from DMR2. And it was after the bra was up. Okay, we just got the message. Let's print it, make sure it's good. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Hello? Come back. It says receiving. That's a good sign. There's definitely a message for us. It's coming across. I think the Bra 34, honestly, is what it looks like. Which is the comm array, the comm antenna. The SATCOM is a comm antenna too, and it's much higher data rate than the Bra is, which is why I prefer that. The problem is it's huge. It's like a basketball. You know, you throw it up there, everybody with a radar on, like the guy that we're hearing going bong, can see it for sure. We're not being stealthy with the HDR mass raised. Nope. You basically gave yourself away for the short time that it's up there. But because it's high data rate, you can put it up, put it down, and we're done. Look how long it's taken to get this message. That's definitely the Bra 34. So it's just not on the satellite, I guess, that talks to the HDR mast. Where's the message at? Hold on a second. We should be. Why am I not? It should be up here where we can select it. And then you hit print. There it is. Print that bad boy. So now it's on my thing. It's right up here. But real quick, sink the cruise ship. The president tells you to sink the cruise ship. I don't like the mission, but hey, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Standard rules of engagement. Standard rules, use of force. Harmony 10. Yep. Peacetime rules. The JAG says you're still responsible for defending yourself. Wait, what? Okay, that's it? Hold on. President orders are clear. Destroy the ship. Launch everything you have. Torpedoes, missiles. He want to see the ship disappear from the surface of the sea as fast as possible with the least number of survivors because they're infected with the plague. I don't like this mission at all, but hey. This is almost like a moral quandary. Would you follow these orders? Are these legal orders? I would argue they're not. I would argue that's not a legal order. But I'm not a JAG either, so I don't know. I don't know nothing. I just work here, man. All right, let's retract all masts and antennas. Let's go emergency deep. And let's head to course. Let's head to course 020 because that's where the party's at. The party's up there. I think the radar that we had behind us, I think, is a P3. I hope it's not a cruise ship. I don't know. Well, it had no bearing rate, so it's not an airplane. Yeah, it's definitely a ship of some kind. And when I say behind us, I'm talking about Echo 1. Echo 1 behind us, probably the LHD, the Chinese ship that's going to rendezvous with the merchant ship. Now, Fire Control has CR4 going to the east. Hold on. Let's check that solution. That's completely opposite of what he originally had. Yeah, see over here, CR4 is going to the west. That's odd. Why'd you do that? I'm going to head up here to this party and see what's up here. We're going to find this this ship. Oh, let's go to sonar and let's check we should have checked our fathometer before we dove, by the way, but We're fine. We are going to lose contact as expected. Yeah, this guy's right off our bow, man. All right, let's haul ass. There's no tow rays out. Our depth is... let's go down to 450 feet. Ahead standard. I'm going to race up on this guy. You said you'd be Denzel Washington and not Gene Hackman. Basically, yeah. That's an interesting movie. We're talking about Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide's a very good movie that I really enjoyed a lot. I remember watching that in the cruise lounge of our Ohio-class missile submarine. And it was weird being on a sub watching a sub movie, but it was Denzel Washington and Gene Hackman. You get those two in a movie, you freaking watch it no matter what it is, right? Great actors, both of them, and a good story too. There is a flaw, a major, significant flaw in the procedure of launching weapons in that book. And if I can remember correctly, in that movie, I read the book too, but in that movie, they're getting an emergency action message to come to comms depth to get orders. And if I remember correctly, Gene Hackman, the captain, assumes it's orders to launch because hostilities have broken out with the Soviet Union and somebody. I don't know if it's NATO or not, but there's a shooting war happening. So the tensions are really high. I'm forgetting a lot of details, and that's important. I recommend watching the movie is my point. The point is that he began to get some kind of message and it got cut off because they had to take evasive action. So they didn't get the full launch order. They got what appeared to be a launch order, but the message was not complete. So would you launch with an incomplete launch order? The answer is no, just to be fair. But Gene Hackman is a pragmatist in his role, and it is clearly a launch order, and we have enough to launch. They have enough information to launch. They just don't have the whole message. And I'm probably forgetting, there's probably more to it than that. Let's put it that way. And the answer is, as I remember anyway, you would never ever launch nuclear weapons without a complete message. Like you would need it in triplicate. You know, not literally, but you know what I mean? So I always thought Gene Hackman was wrong in that movie, but I haven't watched that movie in 20 years, so I don't know. It's been a minute, right? Maybe you guys have seen it. Oh yeah, and Rip Gene Hackman, he passed away. It's really sad. He's a good actor, good guy. He was difficult to work with, and I hate saying that about him because I like him. But I guess if you were another actor or the crew and you worked with him, you were going to have a rough time because he, from multiple different sources, co-stars and directors, so both sides of the camera, didn't have much good things to say about him on the set. Away from the set, he was great. But when it comes day of shooting, Gene Hackman's going to do what he wants to do, not necessarily what the director wants to do. Because Gene Hackman, he's got clout. He can do that. And I honestly hate saying that about him. I like the guy. As an actor, I don't know him, but as an actor, I like him. But that's consistently, that's what the general consensus of him is. I'm going to adjust some time scales here. Basically, we're running up on Sierra 1. Oh, okay. I had Sierra 4 on the brain. I don't know why. Sierra 1 is the guy that's coming in really good. I'm going to run up on him and just see who he is. He didn't have his radar on. This guy right here. Yeah, so he's trying to be sneaky. Sneaky little guy. Method actors. Yeah, maybe he was. I don't know. But do you know who was a method actor and was fantastic? Was Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger becomes his character in his movies. Even after they say cut, print, check the gate, all those things, he's still that character after that for the rest of the day. David, oh my God, I'm going to forget his name now that I brought it up. Oh, who is the guy that said, played the lead role in There Will Be Blood? Also the Money, Oh my God, the money. What's the movie about the stock market crash of 2008? He's a method actor too, but he's also one of the best actors in Hollywood. I don't think Tom Cruise is a method actor. I think Tom Cruise is he can turn it on and off, which is kind of disturbing because he's such a good actor when he turns it on. And he flips a switch in his little brain and becomes that guy. Yeah. I have a lot of respect for Tom Cruise as an actor. I think he's kind of he's a little strange as a person, but hey, so am I. So yeah, he's a good company. I wasn't thinking of Wolf of Wall Street. I thought it had the money. I thought it had the name Money in the title. Money Plane. Yeah, Money Plane. No, I'm joking. That's not Money Plane. The Crash is about getting your money out early. The real estate crash of 2008. It's a famous book that became a movie that explained the crash as it happened in the movie. Daniel Day-Lewis. I think that's the actor I'm thinking of. Daniel Day-Lewis. He is very much a method actor, but damn, he's convincing. Like, he's very good at it. I would agree that would be difficult to work with because most of us, including myself, have never been on a set of a real movie being shot. But there's a lot of setup time and lead time, 30, 45 minutes between shots. And sometimes there's 4 or 5 minutes between takes as they reset everything back to one so they can do the take again, right? Having the character, especially if he's bombastic or something, having the actor stay in that character for those minutes can be distracting. I could see that. Like, you're mentally, as an actor, trying to get yourself back in the headspace to do the take over again. And you got Daniel Day-Lewis, who's beating his elbow against a pipe because he's angry that the oil's not coming out of the ground yet. That's a reference to There Will Be Blood. You know. The Big Short. Thank you. That's the name of the movie I was thinking of. Man, I'm sorry. I hate bringing stuff up like the names of actors and names of movies and then blank on the name, you know. But that's what we're going to do while we reposition is I'm going to talk about things I don't remember. Old age. It comes for us all, if you're lucky. Yeah, like if he's an antagonist and his character is antagonizing on the set, method actors stay in that mode for the whole shoot. Maybe even day to day overnight. I don't know about that, but certainly for the shoot. Yeah. That's why you want them to be first on the call sheet. Get their scenes done and get them back in the trailer away from everybody else, right? Oh, man. Like, I talk like I know what I'm talking about. I don't. I've never been on a movie set. I'm fascinated by the process of filming. And so I watch a lot of documentaries on how films are made. I've seen more documentaries about how films are made than actual movies, I think. I don't know. I've watched a lot of movies, so maybe not. But I love that process. It's very unique and very, it's high stress. Like being a movie director, I wouldn't have that job if they gave it to me. Yeah, not worth it. But people who are movie directors are very passionate about telling their story. And that's where you have the good ones, man. Like, here's another name I'm not going to remember. Who did Pulp Fiction? Tarantino. Tarantino is a fantastic storyteller who is also passionate about the stories and scripts that he writes. Yeah. So Pulp Fiction is good. The Magnificent Eight, or what's the Western he did about the 8 bad guys? I want to call it Magnificent Eight, but I'm not sure if that's the full title. That was really good. And if you notice, especially with Tarantino, he'll have a lot of the same actors in all of his movies. Yeah. Was it Hateful Eight? That's what it was. Hateful Eight. Yeah. It was kind of a spin-off on like the Magnificent Seven or something, which was a real cowboy story from long ago. And then that was based on a Japanese movie called something Samurai. Like the 8 Samurai or something like that. But the Hateful Eight was like, if I remember correctly, I might be mixing up my metaphors here or my stories, was like Tarantino's twist on the original Samurai Japanese film. Magnificent Seven, yeah. Hateful Eight. And then what was the Samurai one? You guys may not even know that one. That's a very obscure film. But in film schools, people that like film, that's a case study of how to tell a story. And that story's been retold over and over again. Yeah. Is it Seven Samurai? Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. There's a lot of similarities. Some argue the same story between Seven Samurai, Magnificent Seven, which is the American cowboy version of the same story, and then Hateful Eight, which is almost a twist, a Tarantino twist on that storytelling style. Yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't call myself a student of film because I've never been to film school or anything like that, but I really do enjoy learning how films are made more than the film themselves. That's just something, I don't know, that's a quirk maybe. I'm fascinated with the prequels, the Star Wars prequels. Those were cluster fucks, to use no better term. Like the production of that was, I'm surprised those movies got made, you know. And George Lucas, I mean, man, the guy made $1 billion, $5 billion to be specific, but he was not a good director, I don't think, or editor. Maybe he was a good director and not a good editor, but he couldn't write a script to save his life. He could tell the story as the director, even though he did not direct Empire Strikes Back. He hired someone to do it, I think because he recognized he wasn't good. But it was still his story, so he was there with the director. But if you look it up, there's another director in Empire Strikes Back, which is not the prequel, by the way, but I'm just jumping around on you. Yeah. But in the end, he sold his franchise for $5 billion, and so I'll say he's a good businessman, because damn. Also, Disney might have overpaid a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. Has anyone seen the new movie? There's one out in. No way, we still have this guy. No way Sonar still has this guy. Well, yeah, we don't. How's he getting bearings? Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, he's not. Okay, I'm sorry. We're kind of driving down the bearing line that we had. So it looked like this was a recent bearing, but it's not. It's not at all. I'm just repositioning to the north because I think that's where they're at. If it's not where they're at, it's where I thought Sierra 4 was going. So we're going to head up there and see. You know what we can do while we do this and we talk about movies is I can check my tubes because we'll probably start with a harpoon shot. So we got 2 harpoons and then we'll finish them off with Mark 48. Now in the VLS, these are typically all land attack tomahawks typically. I'm curious as to what we have. We probably have no mines. If you hear that, that's us doing a flank bell. Wow. Let's check our inventory up here. All right, so we do have 12 land attack missiles. That doesn't apply to us today. Can't use a land attack missile against anything but a land target. We're going to shoot a GPS coordinate in 3 dimensions. Oh, well, how about that? After we copied the broadcast, it did, even though it didn't mention a waypoint in the message, it put one on the chart. Didn't expect that, but I'll take the information. All right, come to 045. So I used a lot of context clues to come up this direction and end up being right. So I'm kind of glad we talked through that because I still think Sierra 4 is heading up this way. And Sierra 2 might be the cruise ship. That's very close to the point. Anyway, we need to turn, excuse me. We need to change course. 045. Yeah, the Mandalorian and Grogu, yeah. I'm glad they put that little green guy's name in the title because I could never remember it from the Mandalorian TV show. I just called him Baby Yoda, which I don't think is right. Is he not the same species as Yoda? I thought he was. But I don't follow Star Wars anymore, so I don't know. Mega says, if Disney had taken care of it rather than Disneyfied it, it'd be a lot more money. That's true. And what really disappointed me is Disney had plenty of time and the talent too. Whenever they made The Force Awakens, which was the first movie, it wasn't the first one Disney made because that was Rogue One, but The Force Awakens was the first of the trilogy that was going to move on past the Star Wars trilogy, right? It was the next step in the story. They should have sat down and plotted out all three movies in an overarching storyline. And it would make sense to do that. They had the time to do that. They certainly had the money and the talent to do that. And they simply didn't do it. And that's laziness. And it's unfair to the fans. And as someone that likes how movies are made and follows directors more than superstars or actors, I am so disappointed that that was allowed to happen. And there's one person responsible for that at the top. Her name's Kathleen Kennedy. She doesn't write the scripts, but she's responsible for the overall project production of all the movies. I don't know if she's there anymore. I don't think she is. I think she's retired now. And Kathleen Kennedy has been working with George Lucas specifically since like Indiana Jones. She's been around for a long time. She knows how to make a good movie from a producer role, which is what she was at Disney. So it's just straight up laziness is what it was. In terms of not sketching out an idea. What the hell? Oh, it's saving. Okay. And I can forgive a lot of things, but I have a hard time forgiving laziness. Like when you're entrusted with a $5 billion franchise that the fan base is huge and passionate about, at least plan to succeed. They just wung it. They hired a director, J.J. Abrams, who's, I don't think he's a bad director. He likes his explosions, I guess, right? I thought he had a few good, scenes in his movies. Is J.J. Abrams the guy that likes the sun flare in the Star Trek movies? I think it might be the same guy. I don't care for that. But other than that, he's all right. Let's see how close we are to that point. F4. Yeah, but we're getting there in a hurry, so it won't be long. It won't be long. Let's clear that. Anyway, this is what it's like in Sonar when you're transiting. You end up talking about movies. You're not supposed to, by the way. You'll get in trouble if you get caught. And there's an open mic recording everything, so it's real easy to catch you. But this is what we do. We just shoot the shit. But that was before the Virginia class came along, and even the Seawolf class came along, and put Sonar in control. That put an end to shooting the shit. We don't have our own room anymore, so we can't just talk. Now, the guys in radio and ESM, they can still have a little conversation in here. But, yeah. That stopped the day, I want to say the Seawolf was the first one. And then the Virginia just continued it. And every modern submarine now has this kind of layout. Everybody's in the same room. And it makes sense. But just from an old school sonar point of view, I would much rather it be, I just realized it's getting kind of shallow. What the hell? Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Let's just make sure we're not going to run aground here. Oh, fudge. Get out of here. Oh. All right, let's back up. Slow down. I'm trying to get my cursor out. What's water depth? Water at 14,000. 14,000. Still 14,000. 14,000 all the way up to the... Okay, deep water all the way up. I've been screwed before by this chart. Well, not the chart, but the bottom coming up out of nowhere. Which in the South China Sea, you do have a lot of peaks and valleys, but So what would be causing that? Well, at high speeds, you're going to get a lot of false echoes. That's what I think that is. That's not really the bottom. But a false echo doesn't ramp up. The way it's ramping up, that does look real. So you could just write it off as, hey, South China Sea going to be what it is. It's very volcanic. So there's always plumes and stuff coming up. Yeah. Now, we don't need to get actually to the point. I just want to get within visual range of this circle. I assume we can see 10,000 yards. I know that they changed how far you can see through the Photonics mast. I'm trying to figure out what they changed it to. Right now, we're 7.5 nautical miles away, so that's what, 14 plus 5? We'll say 15,000 yards away. I should be able to see a cruise ship, at least the top of it, at 15,000 yards. If it's a Carnival cruise ship that stands, 150 feet high, hell yeah. But we'll just keep going for now. We're not in any danger of running aground. Let's turn the lights off. We got to set mood lighting here. Set mood lighting to jive ticket. Hey, baby, what you doing? Well, there we go. Okay, now this is much better. Much better. Is the depth the same game to game? I'm not sure what you mean. If you're in the same spot, yes. Of course it is. What I find interesting is the layer is always at 72 feet. In every scenario, I think I've seen it at 120 on one time. And that might be during one of the campaigns, because we haven't played the campaign in forever, since it came out over a month ago. So, yeah. Like, every time we load a scenario, whether it's one of these pre-built scenarios like we're doing now, or a random quick match, the game should mix up the environment a little bit. Have one that has no layer. Have one that has a layer, but the layer is at 200 feet, for whatever reason. You don't need a reason, just change it up a little bit. Having the layer at 72 feet that acts as strong as this layer acts, it is very difficult. It's a tough nut to crack, which I kind of enjoy that part of it, but the solution's always the same. Come to periscope depth. I just wish that I had more nuts to crack. I want a different problem now. Yeah. We should probably slow down and come up. This guy's going to be loud as hell, too. Sierra 1 right off our bow is going to be really loud. All right. Let's start by coming to 150 feet. Oh, I should have locked my... Whenever you go and flank, lock your bow planes and retract them. I completely forgot to do that. I'm going to do depth change at a flank bell using just the stern planes. Yeah, buckle up. About to ride a rocket ship. I want to see what the pitch is. The pitch might get to like plus 15. Let's see what the pitch goes to. We're cavitating and I don't care. So the autopilot's limiting to 5 degrees. That's good. So there's probably a mechanical stop engaged at the speed that prevents the stern plane from increasing 5 degrees. That's a safety mechanism. Yeah. You don't really see any of that, but the indication is that's a mechanical stop. It's also on autopilot, so the computer could be doing it without the mechanical stop. That's possible. But for safety, you would want to have a mechanical piece of metal back there that keeps the stern plane from just like going to full rise. If you go to full rise at 30 knots, you're going to leap out of the ocean like you're a dolphin having a good time, which is pretty cool, but not something you want to do unless you mean to do that, All right, let's go ahead and unlock. We've slowed down to a head standard, so we can extend the bow planes again. Yep. I'll go ahead and unlock them. There they go. Now we're coming up, head 2/3. Let's just continue straight up. Whoops, cancel. 4 feet. And we'll slow down once we get above 100 feet. Oh, yeah, you said do it. Yeah, there's no angles and dangles at flank. I know. I'm hoping that one of the things they can do is turn off the safeties and take manual control of the planes, but that is like the lowest thing on my want list. I want all the sonar tools, which probably the Navy won't let us have. You guys have no idea what we can do in sonar. It's a hell of a lot more than we have in this game right now. And it's probably going to stay that way. I'll just be honest with you. So I'm not going to tease you with that's coming. I have no idea. But it's also probably secret and shit, you know. That's why Demon is so confusing to me. I'm like, where are all my tools at? It doesn't look very much like the Demon I'm used to. Yeah. But I'm figuring out Demon, so it's not a big deal. All right. Let's go ahead and raise this mast. What's our speed? 7 knots. That's good. Yeah, we should have somebody right off our bow. Oops. Hopefully he's within visual range. Let's stabilize this puppy so I'm not bobbing around as much. All right, no visual contacts, no close contacts. Sonar, good job keeping us safe over there in sonar. Oh, what's that? Hold on. I thought I saw a black mark right there, but no. Okay. All right, no airborne contacts. Put me on the bearing of the Sierra 1. Sierra 1's right there. This is the one I thought we would be able to see, but let's find out. Zoom in. Thermal. Wow. I don't see shit. These guys might be whales. I'm not... Let's look at Sierra 4 real quick. By the way, I'm leaving this up way too long. I should have already dipped the scope. But I'm just curious as to if we can see anything. Wow. Oh, we can't see nothing. This is wild. All right, dip. Dippity dip. Oh, what's our depth? 50 feet. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right, let's go to sonar. Yep, he's right where we thought he would be. Let's go ahead and get rid of Sierra 1 because we're not tracking him now. Sonar's already called him another Sierra number. Sierra 2, the same thing. I'm going to try and clean up the Sierra numbers to make it easier to follow. Sierra 3 we do not have. Yeah, Sonar gave it a new number. It looks like Sierra 6 on the what? On the lab? And Sierra 7 on... Okay, Sonar looks at this trace and sees 2 contacts. Let's take a listen. That's your screw blade. Light and fluttery. Like that sounds like maybe a fishing boat transiting out to his fishing point. Really churning that little 3-bladed screw as fast as he can go. That does not sound like a warship. It'll be interesting to find out who Sierra 4, 5, 6, and 7 all on this bearing is. Because it sounds like a merchant to me. That's, to me, if you ask me, that's a merchant. Now, let's take a look at narrowband. We don't have any tow to raise out, so our best sensor is going to be the sphere, which that may not be great. Let's just see what the sphere has for us. The sphere may not have anything in the lower frequency, which doesn't really help us if it doesn't. Oh, wow. It certainly does. It's got doublets. Holy shit. A cruise ship might be running twin engines. But typically you would associate that with like a submarine, a warship. And they're far enough apart to not really be doublets, but they do appear to be related. So look at this. Oh, look at this harmonic. Oh, that's good. So we got to figure this out. I'm getting excited. 160 hertz. I gotta look at the sensitivity of my mouse off the chain. So 160, 280. That's 120 hertz separation. 400. So those three lines are related. 120 hertz spacing beginning at 160 hertz. And I don't know if you can see this too well on stream, but these doublets are harmonizing right here. So you want to know the relationship between this one. I'm measuring the left-hand doublet. We're going to call it 640. 435, 440. So 200 hertz, 205 hertz separation. I'm going to write those down. That's interesting. So we have 160 at a 120 hertz harmonic. And we have a 435 doublet at a 200 hertz harmonic. If that's what this game is going to call a cruise ship, we need to know that. We'll add that to our chart. For those of you that don't know, I'm building an acoustic recognition guide based on what we see for ADCAP, all these different contacts, including their division side power through the periscope. I don't have any data on the cruise ship yet. This might be our first bit of data for the cruise ship. Someone thinks that's a warship. Yeah, so I think that this is 2 engines, 2 shafts. Well, you'll normally see shaft lines on narrowband. You can, but you normally don't. Your shaft lines are going to be on Demon, this display right here. So let's put the cursor back on him, even though it's the sphere. And I told you don't do this, but I don't have a total ray out, so I don't have any other displays. Oh, it's not even going to let me do it. Okay. Okay, that's fair. It's all red down here. I wonder if you can do it for the wah. Okay. And the total rays are not deployed. Oh, something else. Oh, it's because narrowband's updating. Stop that. Okay. Now, I bet you it lets me do it now. Yep. Ooh, where'd my update go? There we go. All right. Now, yeah. Now it's doing it. You can't have narrowband and Demon on at the same time. Look at that. Hell yeah. Well, he's not doing 600 RPM. Shit. So what the hell is this telling me? Well, it's telling me I'm using the wrong array is what it's telling me. $155 is not far from what I hear. Let's stop this update, and on the sphere, let's listen to it again. Let's see if I can get an audio. Man, that's dirty. That's a dirty. I can't really get a count on that. If that's a trawler, like a little professional fishing boat, those little screws, because they're so small, spin really fast just to make 5 or 6 knots. They don't go fast, but it's a cheap little metal screw that spins the dickens out of the thing. And that might be why we're seeing really strong. Yeah, it does sound like it's doing 600 RPM. Yeah, but there ain't no cruise ship in the world doing 600 RPM. That's my concern. What else that would be a light craft. We're talking some guys out for a weekend of fishing, or a trawler with a tiny screw trying to push the trawler through the water to go fishing. That's what this looks like, and it's what it sounds like. And watch it be the cruise ship. That would be so bonkers. Because remember, we got to learn what this game is calling a cruise ship. All I have is real world experience. I've never seen a cruise ship in this game until maybe now. And if it calls that a cruise ship, that's what we're going to go with. I'm going to unlearn the real shit. And I'm going to learn how this game does it. Because this is what matters now. I'm not in the Navy anymore. I don't need to remember that stuff. Okay. But we do need to, I want to get a really good fire control solution. And fire control has no excuse for not getting a really good solution on him. Let's make sure that they have all their data. Okay, so he should have a solution on Sierra 4, 5, or 6. It's one contact that sonar has like 4 trackers on. God bless him. I'll call it Sierra 6. Yeah. All right. So is this the solution? You don't even have a solution. What the hell's he doing? Okay, what is the fire controlman doing like for real? All right, Sierra 4 is gone. That's over the horizon. Well, yeah, I don't think we have any data on him. So let's go ahead and clear out Sierra 4. I'll delete that from the sonar menu. Sierra 5, we do have data on. Why is he down there? That didn't make any sense. Yeah, everybody's up here, including Sierra 5. All right, so this, but if you look, fire control has no information. He hasn't done anything. I'm about to fire him. What am I missing? Am I missing something? The data's right there. And how the hell, oh, we do have a Sierra 5 over there. So we're going to remove Sierra 4 from the sonar, but we're going to keep 5, 6, and 7. 6 and 7 looks like it's the same target to me, but that's fine. Let's go. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's go and let's trash Sierra 4. My point is, hold on. Is Sierra 5 an ATF? No. There's nothing there, sonar. Get out of here. You're sending garbage to fire control, which is not helping them. So this is why I wanted to check before we maneuvered. We have one contact really well. There might be somebody in our baffles, by the way, but I'm not too worried about that right now. So we're doing 5 knots. We have about 10 minutes of data on this guy, roughly. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to course 330 and see how this changes. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's make turns for 7 knots. And let's come to court. 330. Okay. Keep in mind, we're not going that fast. I'm tempted to speed up just to give fire control better data. I got to stay above the layer, which is really stupid. But it is what it is, right? I'm done bitching about it. I'm done with that. They can fix it or they can ignore it. I don't care. I do care, by the way, but I try not to care, so don't get upset. All right, so this guy that's really noisy, we just have nothing on. Holy crap. I mean, it is possible that he's far away. These surface ducts duct energy for miles and miles. So just because he's loud doesn't mean he's close. This might be one of those situations. This appears to be one of those situations. But what I'd like to do is run up on him. If I can hold contact at 10 knots, we should. So let's lower all mast and antennas. Retract all mast and antennas. And then also put the head valve in shut. I don't know when they're going to fix that. Or it's not broken, it's just the head valve whenever you're submerged. Whenever you're rigged for a dive, this is shut. Write that down. Like, at the very least, if I go here, rig for a dive, this head valve should go to shut. That's rig for dive. That's part of it. Okay. And let's make our depth, because I'm not going to be using the periscope, so let's go down to 80 feet. And now let's go to head 2/3. Let's see if we cavitate at 2/3. I kind of hope we don't. I want to track this guy doing 10 knots. This will give fire control the best data possible. So we had one leg where we were 5 knots, right? We come across the line of sight. We're on the other side of the line of sight of him, kind of go in the same direction, but now we're going to speed up. So our delta is 5 knots faster than we were before. Because of the course change, the difference is probably only going to be like 7 or 8 knots. It won't be the full 10, or actually even the full 5. It would be, yeah, it would be like 4 knots maybe. The point is you can't just add those numbers together because you're not doing exactly opposite of what you were doing. You're going from one angle offset to another angle offset. But what will be affected is his bearing rate should be significantly different, and it is. It's already going back to the right. So he's either moving away from us or he's moving towards us. We know that his angle on the bow is narrow. His speed across the line of sight is greater than 5 knots. Well, he's doing at least 5 knots. I'll say that. And he's not doing more than 10 across the line of sight. He might be doing 15 knots, but because he's narrow, we're not seeing all 15 knots going across. A lot of that speed is closing or opening. It's one or the other. And I have no indication of, let's check our DE. Are we getting any kind of bottom bounce? Nope. But the fact that he's now going to the right based on our course change and we sped up gives us brackets of how much speed he has across the line of sight. He's inside those brackets. I think he's narrow, and I really hope he's not going away because, God, that'd suck. Because that means we got to catch him. Maybe we do that. Maybe we go catch this guy. Let's give fire control a chance to get his head out of his ass. Sorry. I don't mean to bounce around on you guys. I'm trying to go back to fire control. I just want to see what he's doing. So this is Sierra 6 and 7 should be. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take control of Sierra 7, and he'll have control of Sierra 6. If I go back to sonar, those are on different arrays. 6 is only on the lab. And I'll tell you what. So Sierra 7, wait, what? That might be a good range. The wall range is really good. I think he's about 20,000 yards away. I think that's good. And he's narrow. All right. So the best data to fire control is Sierra 7. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to take control of Sierra 6 and build a solution that I think is right. So first thing we got to do, tell fire control to chill on, oh, hello. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. I'm trying to do this. TMA Solutions secure updating Sierra 6. That's mine. Okay, he's got Sierra 7. He's got everybody else. I've got Sierra 6 now. Let's make sure I change this to 6. So that's broad. I don't think he's broad. Right now on this new course, we only have one bearing. So I am going to put his range out. I'm just going to dial this in. So I think his speed is 10 knots. Sure, we'll start with 10. I think his range is way the hell out there. I'm going to say 20,000 yards away. And I think his course, I think it's narrow. I really do. So I'm going to say, I'll say 210 because I think he's closing. I hope he is. Otherwise, we're going to have to catch him. Let's apply that. Damn it. Okay, I clicked that 3 times and missed. That didn't really stack that great. But let's get a few more plots on the plot. A few more bearing lines on the plot. And we'll see how this stacks. I mean, the top 2 stack, but that doesn't mean anything. You want, more than that. You can take 2 lines and draw a line, 2 points, and draw a line between it and say, hey, that's a straight line. That doesn't mean your answers or your solution is accurate. That doesn't mean that at all. What's going on here? People are being silly in chat. That's what we're here for. We're here to be silly in chat. So good job. Good job, chat. That's what we're here for. Do you know what's concerning? This entire stream, which I know has been, long, and we're going to go for a couple more hours. We haven't seen a single contact through the Photonics mast. So I'm literally going to drive at this guy. There we go. I was trying to zoom in on him. It wasn't letting me. I need one more bearing line. I'm waiting on that. And then I'm going to try and stack like we were maneuvering whenever we got this dot. So you kind of want to ignore that dot. I should have the gray line. Oh, it says that, no, it says that dot's good. Okay. So I want to try and make this dot line up with whatever the next dot is. I'm waiting for one more dot to come down. Every time you see a blue line go out in the bearing of the contact, you'll get a dot representing the bearing of that blue line over here. And that's kind of what we're waiting on. We should get one any second now. We'll just wait. Drive me closer. I want to hit him with my torpedo. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Whoa, look at that. All right, so something's off, and it's probably his course. Well, it's all 3 are probably wrong, but the most wrong is probably the course. Yeah, see, if I'm adjusting the course, it stacks up pretty good except for the most recent bearing. If I just change the, that's not that bad. That's not too bad. Oh, wow. Assuming the target didn't turn, which I don't have any reason to think that he would. Damn. Is it speed? That's not half bad, but the most recent bearing doesn't make any sense. I mean, right there maybe? No. Nope. Range? It's got to be range. Oh, I want that one. Okay, let's get one more bearing, I guess, because now I got to account for that. That's an anomaly. Let me apply this. I think I'm close. 19,000 yards, 5 knots? No. That's true. This cruise ship doesn't have anywhere to go. No port will take it. It's a plague ship. That should be the name of this scenario is the plague ship, by the way. Okay, we just got another dot. So if he's doing 5 knots, boy, with 5 knots, I could make him do anything, basically. Yeah, that's pretty close. Because he's 5 knots, you're like, tell your own story to yourself. It may not be true, but yeah, it's your truth, right? That's what I always tell Fire Control. This bow. Do you see how this kind of bows out? There's a name for that. I think it's called a range bow or a speed bow. And by correcting one of those 2 things, we'll straighten that bow out. Any Fire Controlman in chat probably know, but probably can't say. I can say because I don't know. Like, I can make that line up. 10 knots. I think he's doing 10 knots. Yes. Apply. Okay, that's what I think he's doing, folks. If that's the case, we've got more speed across line of sight than he has. What's our speed? 10 knots? Ooh, no, that's not true at all. He should have no bearing rate. Okay. Is there any case that he'll have a right bearing rate? How would, if we have identical speeds, we would have to have identical courses, and we don't. Therefore, he might have more speed across the line of sight. Oh, yeah. So he might have a bearing rate, but if anything, it would be going to the left. So let's check sonar. I'm sorry. My brain is on fire right now. And the bearing rate's clearly going to the right. So his course is not as broad as I'm saying it is. I don't know if that makes any sense. And I'm probably wrong. But I want to say he's doing this. This course makes more sense to me. Speed's good, range is good, course is good, and it stacks. I think that's a good solution. But it's also what I want to be true. This is what I'm like wrestling with in my mind. Because if he's doing that and we're doing this, we're going to have a very close CPA in about 20 minutes. And I can shorten that by speeding up, which is what I intend on doing. There's one way to verify this. And I wouldn't, like, if I was at sea on my real submarine in 1995, I would never, ever do this. But in this video game, I'm going to point him. I'm going to put him right off my bow and see which side does he go on. I expect him to go onto the port side. Based on his bearing rate right now, he may not. That's the thing that I can't square in my head. Is his bearing rate in sonar right now tells me he's headed more south than that course says he is. And we can figure that out real damn fast by pointing him. So what's his bearing right now? 025, right? So let's go to helm. Let's go heading 025. This is a real quick way to collide. That's why you would never do this. But it's a video game. And I'm trying to learn fire control. I'm obviously not good at fire control, but I'm getting there. I'm going to get there one way or the other. We're also going to speed up. I want to come to a head standard if I can. We're probably going to cavitate. What's our depth? Oh my God. Dude. Oh, wise depths. Oh shit. I'm an idiot. I just worried. Ha ha. I was wondering why we were surfacing. I gave the order in the wrong box. Oh my God. That's funny. It's not the first time I've hit the wrong box. I mean, I'm sorry about that, ladies. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Okay, we're going to go back down to the right depth. 80 feet. We're probably cavitating. Ugh. Sonar's probably not too happy with me. Neither is my ex-girlfriend, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair criticism. All right, let's go here. 94. Yep, that's a good depth. Let's check sonar real quick, see if we're cavitating. The fact that we can track this guy at 15 knots on the sphere says a lot about him. Yeah. Now, here's what we want to see. We want to see what happens to his bearing rate now. And Sierra 9's not a contact. Get rid of him. I'm going to manually keep sonar clean. They keep gaining these weird traces that don't exist. What is Sierra 8? Oh, he went in our baffles. All right, we might regain Sierra 8. I doubt it. If we don't, I'll just drop him. Sonar is convinced there's a contact there. God bless him. Yeah. A broadband contact on the sphere bearing 024. All right, so this doesn't make sense. The tracker is bearing 346. I'll say 350. But Sierra 10, when you read the bearing, it says 024. That didn't match at all. Let me delete this and see what it does. Sonar should reassign that in a minute. That bearing was way off. Look at the bearing rate on Sierra 7. It's back to the left. I think my solution's good. Good enough to shoot for sure. But I want to get visual on this guy because I'm becoming concerned. Uh-oh. Now that's a good bearing, Sierra 11. I deleted Sierra 10 because Sierra 11, now the bearing on the tracker matches the bearing on the screen. Let's go ahead and delete Sierra 8. There's nobody in our baffles anymore. Whatever Sierra 8 was, which was a real contact, is gone now. With more people, more human operators, we could keep those contacts up and in fire control and keep them on the plot. But it's just me. And my fire control guy isn't helping me at all. And to be fair, sonar is tracking ghosts. There probably is a contact there, by the way. I don't see it. Oh, the bearing's wrong again. All right, that's got to be a bug report. Oh, that's Sierra 12. So Sierra 12 is over here, bearing 125, true, and it says its bearing is 023. So there may be a contact down in that direction, but it's not what the tracker says. So I should, as soon as they enable the in-game bug report system, I'll start submitting these things because this is really weird. But all I'm concerned about is the guy right in front of us. And his bearing rate is to the left, as expected. We're not going to hit him. He's going to go down our port side. He might be close when he does it, but we're not going to hit him. I wonder how fast we can go. We're at 15 knots and we're not cavitating. That's pretty amazing. I think if I go any faster, we cavitate. But I'm not trying to hide. This cruise ship has no sonar. I'm not trying to hide from him. So let's, I'm justifying in my mind a reason to cavitate, which is a freaking sonar sin, right? But we're going to do it. You know, we're going to go ahead full and see what happens. Going ahead full at 90 feet is really dumb. Which is what we're doing. Offset. Yeah, offset 15,000 yards and smoke him. I know. I could complete the mission right now by sinking this guy. I could do it with a harpoon. I could do it with a torpedo. But I want to get within visual range of any contact because they've changed how the Photonics mast works in terms of range. They're compensating for the curvature of the Earth so you don't see the full hull of a ship. You see the top of the mast, the superstructure as you get closer, and then you see the hull eventually. That's what the notes say. I haven't seen anybody yet. So I just want to get close to one contact. This is our best bet. He's coming at us. We're going at him. And we are cavitating. And I'm tempted to just, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go for the whole thing. Let's go flank. I'm going to lock the bow planes. This is ridiculous. Let's lock that. This may help the ride be a lot more stable. This is going to help the pilot stay on depth too. So we're at really high speed. There should be mechanical interlocks preventing, you know, big adjustments in depth. And we should notice an overall smoother experience. Like if we back out, the whole boat isn't shaking. That's because you don't have the two bow planes up in the front kind of overcompensating for each other. That's kind of a human error thing too. Like anybody that's driven a boat before, like even if it's your small pleasure craft, there is a bit of a delay between the time you throw a rudder over, and every ship and boat is a little bit different. Then you start changing course and speed and stuff, right? And as you get to know your vessel, you can compensate for that delay to the point you don't even notice it anymore. But that's a reason why there's a boating license, like a car license. It's because you need to learn how to use these boats. And, you know, mine's not valid anymore, but I had a boating license for years. And you need to go and take a course, or you could even have somebody with a boat to help you learn it. But you would never, you know, buy a boat and take it out on your own, unless it's like a little John outboard, you know, Johnson motor. That's different. I'm talking like inboard with a bridge and everything. You got to learn the boat. And so that's kind of the mechanical delay that we're seeing whenever you're seeing all those, all the vibrations and stuff. And so by retracting the bow planes completely, And then this is behind the scenes. I assume there's mechanical stops happening, preventing the stern planes from moving very much at all at this speed. It'll be fun whenever the game is finished and stuff like that can be turned on and off, and we can do angles and dangles. That's going to be a great time. But that's probably not anytime soon. So bearing rate is as expected. I really don't know what else we can do besides wait. If you haven't noticed, I'm avoiding using time compression because I've always had issues whenever I use time compression. And it's probably more my PC than the game. So I'm just trying to do everything in real time. Do we have contact? It says that we just got a bearing 013. Let's make sure we still have contact. We might have lost the track. Let's go back to sonar. Oh no, it's right there. What's his bearing? 022. 023. Okay, let's go back and type that in. 022. Yeah, that doesn't stack at all. All right, let's apply that so I keep the bearing the same. His speed's probably right. So is he more narrow? Well, we made the speed change. So I'm only concerned from this gray area and above. I'm not concerned about any of this anymore. This one's an outlier. I'm going to write him off. That stacks. I don't think he's that narrow, but it stacks pretty good. If he's that narrow, he's going to fly by us in a few minutes, like really soon. What's our range rate? 1,400 yards per minute. Holy crap. That's scary. All right, let's go back to sonar. We got to watch this on sonar because whenever he begins to break, it's going to happen fast. It's going to be a close CPA. The other option, and I have no way to know this because we don't have any other. We have no bottom bounce, which is ridiculous, but we don't. I don't have any way of judging closure rate other than that. My point is he could be heading away from us and we're coming up behind him, which would mean the closure rate's not nearly as fast as it looks. But you never assume that. Always assume the higher closure rate until you know otherwise, or you have any indication that we don't have otherwise. His bearing rate is increasing slowly, which is good. That means we're not going to hit him. It is going to be close. It's either going to happen in like 5 minutes or it's going to happen in 15 minutes. But either way, it's going to be close. That gives us plenty of time to read the chat. Oh, no. You said my solution is terrible? Oh, no. Shoot. Oh, what am I going to do? You think my solution's wrong? Okay. Let's see. Let's see what the solution says. Hey, Gastronomics says, I'm so excited for this game. Been playing 688i for 25 years now. Yes. This game, it's making improvements. They just did a hotfix. They're still scheduled, planned, to be a patch by the end of the month, end of June. This was just a hotfix they dropped for some stability, and they made some changes to Demon and the Photonics Mast. And we'll see if my solution's anywhere close. Let's take a look. The gentleman in chat says I'm way off. Let's write this down because I will forget it. I'll probably even change it, but my solution right now is course 200. I'm going to call it 200. It says 206. 200, speed of 9 knots. And I have no idea of his range. But we'll see if speed and course at time, whenever you said I was wrong, which was 0520-ish. How many minutes ago? Oh, how many minutes ago did you say that, sir? I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. You might be right that I'm wrong. But when somebody calls me out in chat, I want to see. Oh, he typed something again. The TMA ruler has notches. I know. Yeah, that's true. They do have notches. That's where you place the color pencils. That's what those notches are for. write that down. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. How many minutes ago was that in real time? All right, you said that like 4 minutes ago, which this is real time on our screen. So 0523. This solution was wrong. If he doesn't change course or speed, this solution should stay right. Correct. So what the gentleman is talking about is the yellow hash marks. If you have a really good broad line of sight, a good fan, you will line them up this way. And pardon me for putting words in your mouth, sir. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. But in a perfect world, your hash marks will line up if you have the course right and the range. The hash marks will line up with the speed. Yeah, like right there. Okay, so I'm trying to line up those two right there, right? He's saying do that. Now, I'm not saying that he says that that's the solution, no. But he's trying to line up the hash marks. And if you do that at the right range, which if it's way the hell up here, obviously they're closer together. If you do that properly, this stack will be perfectly vertical. It'll be perfect. And he's absolutely right about that. However, our line of sight is so narrow, our blue lines are on top of each other. So I can't really do that. And because our line of sight is narrow, it does not support what you want to do. However, the words that you're typing are factually correct. I think he's doing that. He's either coming at us or going away from us doing that. Let's go back to sonar and see. And just for me, because my world is this, not that, I can look at this and I can say he's definitely not going east and west. He's going, either northeast or southwest. He's one or the other. And the longer this goes on, the more I'm thinking northeast. I think he might be heading away from us, which means we got to catch the dumbass. It's so tempting to go to time compression, but I'm afraid I'm going to jack up the scenario if I do that. So I want to be, just to reiterate, the solutions I was coming up with when I was talking about the gentleman's comments about the hash marks. I'm not saying that he said line it up that way. He is right about the hash marks lining up with speed. That's why they're there. And you can line it up. It'll match the speed if you match the range. And then if you have the angle right on his course, it will line those stack of dots up. So good. So good. But from a sonar point of view, I wanted to generate bearing rate, and we did. We now know he's on our port side, and he's not closing. I mean, he's closing more now than he was before, but he's not close. I was thinking I could turn on active sonar, but the sonar is limited to 1,500 yards. He's outside 1,500 yards, we know that. He's outside 10. I'm tempted to surface and use the radar on him. That's what I'm tempted to do, just to get an idea of where the hell this guy is. You know what? I think we do that. What do you say we surface this pig? You guys want to learn the surfacing procedure? It'll be fun. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing the plague ship. That's true. I can shoot harpoons at him. That's kind of a good idea if I just want to slow him down. But what I've seen before is that we shoot a harpoon, we disable a ship without sinking it, and it goes completely silent, no sonar contact. And so I'm trying to prevent that. I'm afraid if I shoot him with a harpoon, we'll lose our sonar trace. Oh, we could blow. All right, that's fun. That's fun. You know what's funny? We could blow at a flank bell. Fuck yeah. Let's do that. Okay. Let me make sure all the stops are off. Okay, that's fine. What we're going to want to do I'm trying to figure out which one do I want to do first, chicken switches or this? Because the computer's driving the boat, it's going to try and stay on this depth even if I blow chicken switches. But because we're going so fast, the moment I change this, we're on the roof, boys. So I'm going to have to be fast is what I'm saying. All right, let's try and make our depth 15 feet. Oh, chicken switches. Manual control. Blow forward group, blow after group. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? How fast are we coming up now? We should pop to the top like a cork. There we go. Yeah, we're already on the surface. Yay! It was that fast. Pretty fast. And that's not with time compression. That's real time. All right, now that we're on the surface, let's raise the HDR mass. We're going to raise the snorkel mass. I'm going to show you how to do the whole thing. Let's raise ESM. Let's raise all the... We're on the surface. Might as well raise everybody, including the radar mast. Now, I'm curious. If I look down the bearing, will I see this guy now? Oh, yeah. There's a shadow there anyway. I at least see a shadow. That's probably him. Let's see how wrong I was. Oh, my God. That's a blob. But that blob is the contact. Man, we are being lit up by that radar. Lit up. All right, so let's go back to color. Oh my gosh, can't see. That was like a flashbang grenade. There is this haze over water, especially in temperate or tropical climates. I mean. So that's kind of accurate, but it doesn't help for video game purposes, let me tell you that. Anyway, there he is. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Let's go into ESM real quick. Oops, which one's ESM? Is it 7? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, CR6 has been behind us the whole time. Well, we've been going northeast the whole time. That's why. Oh, hey, there's finally AIS data. Shit. Bearing 321. Just says cargo ship 2, so I assume that's not the cruise ship. It makes sense that the cruise ship, if it's trying to hide, it doesn't have its AIS on. Yeah, but there is a legitimate ship over there. So we have multiple radars to the northeast. Where we're headed. Okay. Let me go back to our... All right. So he bears 012. Let's go to the radar. Let's raise this guy up. It's been a minute since I used this in this game. Raise mass retracted. Okay. Where's the little slide? Oh, is there no slider for this one? Can I just put it in auto? Ouch. Sorry for the 12 nautical miles. Sure. All right, so our own court, there's our target. There he is. All right, so that's 11,000 yards away. Oh, where'd he go? Baby, come back. There he is. Okay, so, yeah, 11,200 yards, 11 degrees off our bow. That's about right, I guess. 11, it's a bit more than 11. 11's fine. All right. Can we track this guy? Yeah, we can track him. All right, so now we have a Romeo target. And let's see. Let's watch his range. Because now that we're on the surface, our speed is much slower, by the way. We should have on-ship speed on this. It says we're doing 20 knots. No way. On the surface? Bullshit. I mean, the Virginia's pretty awesome piece of kit, but come on. All right, so this should be close. Yeah, so here's what's happening. Yeah, he's definitely not driving at us. If anything, he's driving to the northeast. So, had to flip that around. My range wasn't wrong. I said 9,000 yards. His range was like 11.5. So I was about 1,500 yards off on range. But yeah, the course I had 200 because I was being hopeful. I think it's the other direction. I think he's heading away from us. What if he's dead in the water? What if he's not moving at all? You know how you can figure that out? If we're closing him at 20 knots, what's our range rate right now? Radar, if you're tracking a target, should have a range rate. Where's this data at? This is what we need. We're literally tracking this target. Yeah. Target to R1. It's given us the bearing and the range. It should be calculating how fast or how much closure we have. But like I said, I don't know if this game has all the tools. Or if it's on my screen, I just don't see it. It could be that too, honestly. To be fair. That's my cursor position. I want target 2's information. What do we have up here? Okay. Sorry if that's driving you guys nuts. I'll lower that. I apologize. Hello? There we go. That should stop in a second. Maybe. Wow. Maybe the ESM is here on our own? Okay. That's curious. I'm just curious now. If we secure transmitting. No, we're still getting the hits. Yeah, so that's somebody else's radar. So it's not ours. I've lowered the ESM mast. What else can I do? It is lowered, right? Like, even with it lowered, that's funny. If we're still getting the radar with it lowered inside the sail, that's bad. Yeah, that means we're definitely being tracked. So, yeah, 10,000 yards is what Romeo 1 says. I'm not sure how much more I can close this knucklehead. Let's take a look down the bearing. He's got to be going away from us. Because if he was dead in the water, his range rate would be much higher. We are closing him. He's doing less than 20 knots. But I could have told you that. In sonar. Is that him right there? Is he on this side of the horizon line now? What the hell is that? Thermal? Yeah, that is him. All right. Laser that bitch. Oh, I missed. Okay, I'm really bad at Star Wars. Let's try that again. All right, 9,400 yards. That's him. So we know we can see things in thermal easily inside 11 because we initially had him visually at 11,000 yards. kind of looks like a fishing boat. This haze is so strong, I can't see crap. I can't see any details about this ship. He's clearly not going very fast. He's definitely narrow. Look at him. I got that part right. And I wasn't too far off on his range either. I was about 1,500 yards off on his range when I had that solution. I'll say 2,000 yards. I might have been farther off. But anytime you have a narrow contact, it's really hard to... Pretty much all you know is that he's narrow. All right, we got to turn or else we're going to miss him. What's his bearing? Let's come to... let's go to 015. I want to get really close to this guy. Let's go back into sonar. Oh, that's not sonar. Oh, hey, we're finally starting to get some DE now. Well, that makes sense. We're on the surface. We shouldn't even be having... There should be nothing up here. It should all be down here. I didn't think about that for a second. Did we lose Sierra 6? Sierra 6 is not keeping up. So Sierra 7 is definitely the ship. Let's turn Sierra 7 back over to fire control, and let's see what he has now, because he has all the data. Yeah, resume Sierra 6. Uh-oh. What was I doing? Which one was I fussing with? Was it Sierra 6? Oh, it was. Okay, good. Okay. Whoops. Oh, crap. I just moved the... Yeah. So Romeo 1, the radar has him right there. So we know that's his real location. So if I put him there... There's no data on Sierra 6 at the moment, so I'm going to go ahead and put his bearing... how does bearing say 208? I don't know. That's dumb. Whatever. Let's go 020. His range we know is like 9,200 yards. I want to say his course is 200. Put him dead in the water. Make him not moving. Unstack it all. Holy shit. Okay. What's this bearing at? Let's go back to the radar. What's his bearing right now? Yeah, I think he's dead in the water. Bearing north, 8,200 yards. Let's put that into fire control. Bearing is north. 8,200. Yeah, a zero speed contact, boy. Whenever he's zero speed, it doesn't matter what course you put for him. He's not going anywhere. All right, that should line right up. Why does that not line up? I literally dialed in radar's range. That still says 10,000 yards. Okay, something doesn't make sense. Is radar not updating? You're tracking this target, right? Is it not tracking? It's got the little tracker symbol on him. The little box around him. Is there something else I got to do? I don't know. The fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Let's turn those off. Yeah. That was supposed to be the trail of him coming closer to us. So we got to turn to the north again. I want to get close enough to see a color image of this guy. I don't want to see him through IR. All right. Come left to 355. Let's get back on that scope, because this is going to be a super close encounter. I can't believe we can't see this guy in low power. He must be a very small ship. Like, this is not a cruise ship. This is like a fishing trawler, literally. Which is also what he sounded like. Yeah, look how small that is. Yeah. This haze is ridiculous. I'm curious as to how close we have to get to this guy to see him without IR. Yep. So that checks for, you know, what did we say the RPM was? It was really high. It was like 400 or 500. Little 3-bladed screw. Just because it's high RPM doesn't mean he's going fast. It just means the screw's very small and light, and it's a, you know, it's a fishing boat that's made in the 1970s, right? It's the same boat you go hunt sharks with in the movie Jaws. So big picture, that means that we don't have the target we thought we had. Let's take a look at least the bearing rate's the right thing. Let's take a look at the chart. This was the guy that was close to the point, right? Hold on. All right, so we've gone well past the point. So we're closing Sierra 6. This guy's a cargo ship. I really think we should just turn around. I mean, now that we know, we've done the test with the Photonics mast. It works. It's much closer range than it used to be, which is what they wanted to achieve. So, excellent. And we know that that is a fishing trawler, just like we thought it was in sonar, because of the way it sounded. And the demon information is accurate, which is also what they had fixed. So good job, honestly, to the devs. They've fixed two things, and they both work. We've used them today. Let's turn back around to the south and see who we have down there. I'm gonna go back to the point. Yeah, like where the hell is the cruise ship at? A cruise ship should be lighting up our radar. Uh-oh, who the hell's that? I'm not going up there. Okay. I'm gonna change the range scale to 24 nautical miles. And let's just see if we have anybody else. We should have a big warship back here. That LHD, the Type 75, is down here, I think. Man, there's definitely a contact right there. How far away is that? That's not 6,000. Oh, wait, that's not my... what's my cursor range? 18,000 yards? 9 nautical miles? That might be our cruise ship. All right, let's do that. Let's go deep and fast bearing and change course to, yeah, looks like about 1. Let's just go to 010. Yep. All right, let's lower all mast and antennas because we're going to dive this pig. I'm going to keep the speed up. Oh, I never showed you guys how to, I'm sorry. I meant to show you how to blow the ballast tanks with the low pressure blower, but we'll do that a different day. Let's make sure everybody's down. Everybody is. All right, let's go ahead and open up the forward group and the aft group. Oh, and then you also have to set your depth. I want to set it to 200 feet. Oh, not 2,000. Let's try that again. 200 feet. And we're going to change our course to 010. I'm going to try and catch that guy that's 18,000 yards away. Let's double check our masts. Diving at this speed, you'll rip them right off. So, both groups are open. Yeah, the demon data was correct for that little vessel. And I can tell you, it sounded like a light craft. Like a 3-bladed trawler. You know, that sounds very fast, but it's just because that screw is spinning really fast. It is moving a lot of water for the size screw it is, but it's also pushing a boat that is way too big for that little propeller. And every single fishing trawler I've ever heard sounds that way. I am moving. Yeah, I'm moving and he's moving. That's why I keep thinking these guys are going, you know, away from us. If that's the cruise ship, he's been heading northeast the whole time, or at least north the whole time. Can you get it to 2,000 while the boarding on it? Oh, you guys want me to test the depth limit? I could. I don't want to break the sub as we're trying to catch this cruise ship. Honestly, I don't even know if that's the cruise ship. I just know there's a contact bearing 010 9 miles ahead of us that we can't see when we're on the surface with periscope, which makes no sense, but I don't want to tell them what to do with their video game. They've already fixed it once. But you should be able to see a cruise ship. If it's a bit, I'm thinking of the big Carnival cruise ships. There's all sorts of cruise ships like riverboat cruises that are much smaller. But we're in the middle of South China Sea. I mean, you're going to have all sorts of vessels, big, small, and in between, honestly, because Asia crazy, man. Asia crazy. They'll take anything. They'll take a canoe into deep water. Whatever they got to do to get it done. Oh, we should lock the planes if I didn't already. They're still locked and retracted. Okay. How are we cavitating? Let's go a little bit deeper. Yeah, we're just going to run up on this dude. All right, so we're doing 34 knots. We want to do 9 miles. That's 30 minutes, right? Napkin math says 30 minutes. Let me make sure the vents are shut. They are shut. Okay. So this game does a good job of shutting them on their own. I know on the 6088 we had to manually do that. That was not automated. Nope. All right. So we're humming along now, baby. And, oh, I should put that mark on the map. I actually should have marked a visual bearing, but whatever. As long as it gets done, I don't care how it gets done. That's 10 nautical miles. So we know that he's just this side of that mark by 1 nautical mile. But by the time we get to him, if he's moving, he's probably going to be at the 10-mile marker. So we're going to run to that point. Come shallow, we should have a strong sonar contact somewhere to the north-northeast. And that's going to take us a few minutes. I'm tempted to go, like I said, I'm tempted to go into... because we can't watch him on sonar, I'm tempted to go into time compression. But we really risk causing the game to act weird because I don't have enough memory or whatever. My system's not strong enough. I can always read chat. You can take a 15-minute break too. Someone's asking to confirm if Demon is working now. You guys can answer his question. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Time for coffee. It's coffee time. There goes that fishing boat. He gone. That's what that looks like. So you can do a lot of things with that information. So you see this little curve right here? Like the center of that, his angle on the bow is perfectly 90. So if you know which way he's headed, you could be like, okay, port 90, take that bearing, subtract 90 degrees, and that's his course. A lot of times his course, whenever they're that close, will be the bearing that they also fade on or stabilize on, because you basically just drove right by him. But that's that fishing boat. That's all that is. We do have Sierra 6 now off the bow. That's interesting. That's the guy that we're going after. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up sonar a little bit. This guy's in our baffles. I don't care about him anymore. Yep. Yeah, we're chasing down the guy right in front of us. Where's Sierra 1-2? Oh, he's in our baffles too. I don't care about him. All right. So let's go back to our plot. How close to the marker are we? Oh, we're really close. Wow. I wonder if the guy we just drove by was the guy we're going after. That's possible. Huh. That is possible. If that's the case, the guy's not moving. Yeah. All right, let's come shallow. We might be there. Let's just come right up to the top. 5-4 feet, baby. Oof. We're gonna have to manage this a little bit close. Especially if this guy's right in front of us. Holy shit, I really want to be watching sonar, but I gotta manage the speed, really. What I think is gonna happen is we will gain him. He'll be right off of our bow, too. We won't have a good range unless it literally is the guy we just passed. I think that's the fishing boat. If I was off on his range by even a little bit, the new Sierra number, Sierra 6, Tracker 2, Sierra 6. Yeah. I could see that happening, but I would have to have been way off on the range. And we had a radar range, which is usually, you can hang your hat on that. Out of all the ranges, that's probably the best. Let's go ahead and slow down here. Head standard. We're coming straight up. On a target we expect to be off our bow, so violating all sorts of safety rules. Doing that, that's dumb. Don't do that. Oh, okay, Sierra 1-3 bearing 211. That's, I think, the fishing boat. We'll know real soon. This will not be a mystery for long. All right, we're going to go ahead 1/3. I'm going to go ahead and, we're still going way too fast. Let me get up on sonar here. Yep. So he's in our baffles, Sierra 1-3. I am shocked that we don't have a contact off our bow. We are still doing 22 knots. Are we below the layer? Oh, no, we're not. I think we broached, which I need to unlock the bow planes. Yeah. Now that we're slowed down a little bit, let's unlock these bad boys. This will help us stay on depth a little bit better. There we go. Make sure our depth is good. Okay, everything's good. What's our speed? 14 knots. I don't want to raise any mast until we're below 10. All right, 12 knots coming down. I really want to look straight ahead, honestly. Come on, baby. 10 knots. 10, okay, 9. Let's go ahead and raise this bad boy all the way up. All right, nobody right in front of us. I might see this guy that just went down our port side, but I don't. No close contacts. Oh, he's down here. He's right there. Yeah, it's that fishing boat. So that is odd. Are they calling that a cruise ship? No way. So, for those of you in the know, You can do cruise ships come in all shapes and sizes, and I've seen small cruise ships like this where you'll have you and like 5 other families. They're really expensive, very exclusive trips, but that might be the cruise ship. This thing might literally be that, because it does kind of look like one. Yeah, like you'll spend $10,000-15,000 a person going on one of these. Oh boy, that might be it. It's a little bit big for a fishing trawler, and it doesn't have the netting. Yeah, so I think that is the cruise ship right there. All right, let's see what sonar has. Does sonar have anything else? Otherwise, we're going to shoot that fool. He's really close. I'm not going to use a harpoon on him. Let's raise the ESM and just see what he's got for ESM data. Think. Because if this guy's transmitting ESM, then he's not trying to hide his position, right? But that ship is big enough to require an AIS transmitter. So raise it up all the way. I want to see where Alpha 1 is. Okay, and there now we have Alpha 2. That's good. Which one is right on top of us? Okay, cargo ship 1, cargo ship 2. Okay, tracking both of them. And they're both very far away. So the guy that's right next to us has no AIS whatsoever. And he might have been the original Sierra 6 that I thought was a fishing boat because he's so small. Yeah, we're going to shoot that guy. That's the cruise ship. Let's see. Let's put the towed array out. I want to see what this guy sounds like first. What's a good course for us? Well, let's take a look at him. Oh shit. Okay. A freaking ESM mast in the way. Okay. Yeah. Oops. Oh, he's right there. Okay. This dude's close. Yeah, 3,000 yards. Hey, we should be able to get a color photo of him now. This fog is ridiculous. Come on, bro. Yeah. All right, so we got to turn around. He's got angle of bows with starboard 40, maybe 30. Yeah, which means he's headed. He does have way, I think. Yeah. All right, let's turn around. Let's come the other way. What's his bearing? 2-1. So it's minus 90 from that. Make this really easy. So we'll go 120. We'll go like 140, just so we don't miss him. If we miss at this range, I'll never live it down. So, yeah, that's your moment. Let's go 140. Let's go ahead 2/3 and lower all mast and antennas. Yep, we're still at periscope depth. I'm just lowering everything. We're gonna do a quick turnaround. Once we're steady on course, I'm gonna put the towed array out. I'm gonna take a quick listen to him just so we have some data on what a cruise ship sounds like in this game. Because it sounds a hell of a lot like a fishing trawler to me. And I hope they do something about the fog. Maritime fog is real, it's there, but man, I can't see that guy at 3,700 yards. It is humid. It's humid in the South China Sea. That's a fact. That's a fact. I think this game will let us extend the array in a turn, which is dumb, but we're going to do it anyway. It's real dumb in a right-hand turn using this, yeah. We'd chop this thing off in a heartbeat. I can't in good conscience extend it. I'm trying to click it. I can't. My brain's like, no. Let's see. Get closer so you can hit him with your sword. I know, right? Yeah. What was the guy to the north? If that was the fishing trawler the whole time, which would end up being the cruise ship, just a really small one, who was the guy that was 18,000 yards to the north that we ran up on? It might have been AIS Contact 2, and I'll show you who I'm talking about. This guy right here, but his range is so far away. Like somebody was very close to this round circle. And in a 20-minute period, somebody went from being right there, according to our own radar range, to being way the hell up here. Maybe he's going fast. I don't know. That's real fast. It's also not the course he'd be on either. But he might have turned. I don't know. Whenever we go to debrief, it'll show us all the real information. I'm curious to see if this cruise ship was the only thing up here the whole time. And how the hell did it get from here to there? We know it's right here right now. So hold on one second. So it traveled 18 nautical miles in about a 3-hour period. What time is it now? I don't even know what time it is. About 3-hour period. So he's doing maybe 6 knots if he stayed if same course speed the whole time. Possibly. We'll see what his speed is at the end. Yeah. All right. So are we steady on course yet? We're pretty close. Yeah. Let's go ahead and put out the towed array. Extend. And then we're going to slow down. We're less than 10 knots. Let's raise the HDR mast. I'm sorry. Photonics mast. Wow. My brain might be fried. Might be time for a break. Oh, I should do a safety sweep. Okay, that's his bearing. Well, he did have high bearing rate, so that's fine. No close contacts. So this is the contact of interest. Oh boy. Oh my God, I'm so bad at this. All right, let's buzz his bearing into the fire control. Oh my God. Mark. Okay. So 240, 3,500 yards. His angle of the bow is a starboard. I'm going to say 120 if it lets me input it. Starboard 120. Speed is 6 knots. Yeah, I'm going to call him a warship just because he's a target. Oh, shit. Mark the bearing properly. Okay. So that should be Victor 1. Let's go to fire control. Yep. We're going to shoot him. Okay. Let's take this opportunity to see what he looks like on sonar and write down some frequencies. Damn it. Let's go to the towed array. That's him right there. Let's listen to him first. Okay. That is definitely what I thought was a trawler. His little screw blade is spinning like nuts. So that should cut a really good demon trace. Let's look at demon. All right, we got frequencies kind of all over the place here. He's going so fast, I'm having a hard time counting it. So I'm going to say he's 600 RPM. He's trying to escape. He knows he's being attacked somehow. Well, he saw us, but He has no way of knowing that we're going to sink him, right? What is the frequency? Well, okay, hold on. Where's my frequency at up here? Oh, there it is. So 10 hertz. So he's got a 4-bladed propeller going 600 RPM. Sure. Let's write it down. Come on, Aaron. Stay focused. The whole reason why we're doing this is we're trying to build our recognition guide, our acoustic recognition guide. So 4-bladed screw. It's a 1-4. And then 600. In this case, we saw it doing 600. So it's a 10-to-1? It's 100-to-1. Holy shit. Okay, so at 600 turns, he's doing 6 knots, which means for every 100 turns, he does 1 knot. The most inefficient thing ever, but that's what he's got. I think we're ready to shoot. Let's go to fire control. Oh, we wanted to look at narrowband. Let me just look at narrowband. Probably going to be nothing special about this guy, but we do want to at least make note. Oh, crap. Did I turn off the audio? I meant to. I probably didn't. Okay, it's still working. All right, so we have the doublets here. Does he have 2 shafts? What the fuck? Holy cow. 2 4s. This is narrowband, not demon. But I'm seeing doublets, twin diesel engines. Makes sense to be having 2 shafts. You can have 2 diesel engines run 1 shaft. Why in the world would you? Unless you're a huge, huge ship. That's a small ship. Probably has 2 shafts. All right, so the doublets are at what, 450? 450 and 430. Okay. Doublets. One thing that we can do to verify this, and this is a good tool that everybody should use, so I'm going to bring it up, is go to the recognition guide and just verify it. It's loading up. Give me a second. It has to download it off the website. Oh, wow. It's taking its time. I wonder if they updated the recognition guide. That'd be great if they did. Let's make sure I'm not... Okay, I don't have any personal information on this. This is actually my web browser. You do not want to see my web browser history. Oh, that would be incriminating. Yeah. Let's not do that. I think... Oh, no, it's not that. It's a warship. Okay. When do the civilian ships begin? I thought that was a civilian, but it's not. That's a USV. Civilian... That's submarines. Is civilians the bottom category? Hold on a second. Where the hell are civilians at? Here they are. Here. Okay. Yeah, civilian vessels, Chapter 3. The first one is this craft. So we do have Caterpillar engines, 4-stroke, 12-cylinder, 1,600 RPM. One shaft, 4 blades. So literally 2. No, it doesn't say 2. It says 1 engine. Why the hell are we seeing doublets then? What the fuck am I looking at? This is definitely the ship, visually. 13 knots. His cruise speed is 8, so instead of doing 6 knots, he's probably doing 8 knots. Oh, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And there's the doublets we're seeing right there. But we're seeing them burn in. So this is him at cruise speed. I bet you he's doing full speed. Do you think he's doing 13 knots? And if he is, Why don't we have a gram for 13 knots? Okay, let's assume that he's doing 13 knots because that's his max speed. Because we are seeing that, but it's reversed. This is not as loud. This is very loud. Okay, confirmed. So I'm going to say a 13 knot. That would make his TPK 55, which is fine, as long as we know. Next time I see this guy, I'll nail him. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Okay. Hey, Groosey, thank you for the sub, my man. Oh, I accidentally downloaded the Virginia weapon blueprint. Haha. As you do. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, well, well. It crashed during an autosave. That's not a good sign. Oh, it's back. We're so back. I'm afraid to do anything. Where's my effing cursor at? There it is. Okay. We are back. Okay. Do we have any sonar contact that lines up with Victor 1? Yeah, this guy right here. 13, 7. Jesus, there's so many. Which one am I going to shoot? Sonar needs to get their fucking act together. Oh, wow. Oh, we do have multiple contacts. Oh, how about that? But it's Sierra 1-3 that we want to shoot. We also got to come to the right again. So what's his bearing now? 300-ish, roughly? Yeah. So minus 60 on that one. So we'll come right to 240. Make turns for 7 knots. You motherfucker, 7 knots. Thank you. And then come right to 250. Well, that's not 25. Oh my God. Nope. 250. Enter. There we go. Takes a highly trained, experienced Navy man to type in 3 digits. Good Lord. All right, making turns for 7 knots. We're coming around. We got Total Ray out. We have really good acoustic data on the presidential yacht, is what it was called in the recognition guide. We know his, if he's doing 13 knots, and I think he is, his TPK is 55 and not 100, which is much more reasonable. It is single shaft, despite seeing doublets. So he must have 2 engines. A ship that size having 2 engines would make sense, because that ship is big enough to go into deep water like it is now. And if you lose an engine, you don't want to be without power, right? So you got 2 engines. Remember, you got 2 of everything on that ship. Yeah. So while we're coming around, let's go ahead and just keep an eye on this knucklehead. He should be 300, so let's look around this bearing. There he is. There he is, right there. Where are you going? I'm going to try and get a range. Okay, 4,800 yards. That's pretty good. Yep. Yeah, 1 Mark 48. Well, hell, 1 harpoon. We could probably ram him with a periscope and sink him. That'd be kind of fun. Not sure if the warranty covers that. Yeah, once we get steady up on course, we're going to shoot him. So he is Sierra 1-3. We want to make sure Fire Control has his act together on Sierra 1-3. Let's bring him up. See what fire. After a drive-by like that, the Fire Control solution should be Nat's ass. Look at that fan. Oh, if that doesn't get you going, oh yeah, whoa, that's beautiful. It's so pretty. All right, the bearing is good. Why is there no data? What is Fire Control doing? There's literally no Fire Control solution on this contact. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. Good Lord. Fuck. I'm not sure why the ruler's that long. I don't need it to be that long, but well, probably because we've got that many lines, but still. Yeah. I know range is good. Course might be off a little bit. Course could be 330. Oops. Yeah, that's probably a little more. Oh, it doesn't stack at all, does it? Why does it not stack? What am I off on? Oh, wait a minute. Shit. Yeah, it's probably course. Hold on. I'm taking a look at him. Shit. There it is. Oh, my bearing's way off too. Holy smokes. Yeah, everything was wrong about that. God. No, that's why I didn't stack. I was like, oh. This will be a lot easier once we're steadier on course. That's him right there. What's our current course? I'm coming to 250. $10 from ordered course, 7 knots, depth 053 feet. This will be our firing leg. Let's say goodbye to the presidential yacht, baby. 5,400 yards. And his course is definitely like a... Oh, what was that? That's... Wait a second. His bearing is what? Is it 315? So my bearing was good, which would put his course like northish. Yeah. Northeast, maybe. Yeah. 5,500 yards. Angle on the bow is a starboard 120, which is what I got there, just roughly. Let me mark this and just see why I can't get this to line up on fire control. I'm pretty sure that's what I put into fire control. All right, Victor 1 is where he's actually at. Let's go to fire control. I need to get that over to there. So Sierra 13, bearing 316. That's a good course. So there's got to be a way to make that stack, and it's probably 13 knots. Let's just mimic what we see and see what the stack says. Holy smokes, that doesn't stack at all. Oh, wow. That's really bad. I'm trying to get better at this. I know he's doing 13. Well, I don't know that. Is that 6? Oh, he might be doing 6. But in sonar, it looks like he's not doing low speed. Well, that doesn't stack at all. What the fuck? How does that not stack? Let's type in 13 knots. Oh, that's bad. I'm not doing that either. Oh my God. The speed's got to be wrong. We know his bearing. We know his range exactly. I just don't know his speed. But his speed window is really narrow. It's like 0 to 13, right? We have good solid track. He hasn't slowed down at all. Oh, narrowband's updating. Yeah. Let's go to Demon. Just double check the Demon's still at the same RPM, 600, right? Hello? Where's my audio at? Oh, I mean, that would help. Turn the audio on, I suppose. Why is my Demon empty? Oh, I'm on the wrong array. That's why. That's why. Yeah, always use the toad array. The speed is actually a little bit higher now. This dude's hauling ass. Four blades. 1, 2. It kind of lines up. It's close. I'm starting to get better at this. I'm starting to understand what they're doing here. It looks like it's actually trying to process the real audio, which is kind of cool. This is not like something that's generated. They're taking the audio we're listening to and demodulating it, which is wild. That's like when you play 688i, this is like a pre-set thing you look at. In this game, it's the real thing you're listening to. That's cool. I'm just going to have to get used to it because, boy, that's rough. I can't get it to line up on fire control, even though I'm looking at the guy. I can't get it to line up on fire control. It makes no. We're finally steady on course. Where'd he go? Are you serious? Okay, let's find him. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, so now he's 6,300 yards. And his course is past north. It's like 020 or something. 6,300 yards, 020. He's making way. He's definitely moving. So he's not dead in the water, I don't think. Let's mark that. And, oh, his angle on the bow is much more. It's 140 now. God bless. You know, I'm just going to mark that bearing. Okay. Let's get back on fire control. I got to get the weapon ready. We're screwing around way too much. I'm driving circles around this dude. Weapon. Yep. No. Make ready. Flood it. Let's go to there. Tube 2. Sierra 13. Pretty sure that's it. Assign solution. Oh, shit. Close enough. Actually, this should be fine. Yeah, I like those presets right there. Oh, wow. Is that fire control solution? Because that's right on. I don't think that's what I typed. I can't tell. Okay, I don't care. Notice it doesn't stack up at all, but it's perfect. Just a note to all the theologians out there. Where are we at? What are we doing? We're going back to fire control. I think I used theologian in the wrong context. That's fine. All you theory boys that read a lot of books. I'm talking to you guys. Okay. Let's shoot tube 2. All right. Yeah, if it matches, if it gets within 600 yards of that solution, it should see the target. Notice how the torpedo is kind of going out away from own ship. It's kind of like making some space. We call it the wire clearance maneuver. So no matter what own ship is doing, as long as it's not like a flank bell, it won't run over its own wire. So what I'm going to do, I'm not looking at sonar intentionally for a second. I'm going to see where it goes, and I'm going to go to sonar and see if that matches what we see on the screen. It should. It should be right. Oh, shit. As long as it stays there, it's fine. It's a little farther right than I'm comfortable with, but it should still see it. It's plotting the intercept course. That's why it's a lead angle, right? But it's a little more of a lead than I would have given it. Notice the real position is Victor 1. Sierra 13 is the fire control generated solution. So let's go back to the scope and look again. Let's update Victor 1 just for our purposes, just for our reference. The torpedo won't know this because we're not going to tell it. But I'm going to go mark, and we're going to hit the laser beam too. Shit. All right, so 7,100 yards mark. That's the truth. Let's go back to fire control. He's actually here. Our solution has him there. That's a 500 yards difference. It should not make any difference. This should be a hit. Now, let's go take a look at sonar right here. Let's go to broadband. What you want to see is he merged on the bearing of the target. And that's exactly, he might have gone past it a little bit, but he is leading the pursuit. The point is he merged, and the fact that he's a little bit ahead is okay. But I would call this, he either merged or he didn't. There is no ands or conditions. You make the report, you're required to, that he either merged or he did not merge. And there's no other thing you say. And everybody in fire control is expecting that report within 20 seconds of launch. And so, you can't be dilly-dallying, and this qualifies as a merge. And then whenever the XO comes over to you and says, hey, what about that? You'd be like, yeah, it overshot because of the lead. The lead is a little bit farther than I expected it to be, but I still think it's going to be within parameters to see the target. So we want to go back to fire control. Now that everything is matching. Also, CR18 is the weapon, by the way. That's why we see that now. And we can see the data over here on the right. It's transiting. It's transiting at 35 knots because we're going low to high. I didn't do the full firing point procedures because I really want to get the shot in the water. By the time it hits, it's going to be like 9,000 or 10,000 yards away, which is a good, safe distance. Are we doing 5 knots still? Let's slow down to 5 knots. I want to get a good picture of this. There's no sense looking at the target now because we're still, the target is still 4,700 yards away. I will update Victor 1 in just a minute. I could force CR13 onto Victor 1 just to play it safe by basically updating Victor 1 and then going in the fire control system to CR13 and just entering the same data. You could do that. And then make sure you apply the solution to the weapon, because if you don't do that, even though you updated fire control, you didn't tell the weapon. So you got to do both. These presets are fine this is a high confidence solution. We're watching this guy through the scope. There's no excuse at all for this weapon to miss. So the reason why CR13 and fire control is getting further away from Victor 1 is CR13 is getting real-time updates from sonar, and even if it wasn't, it's using a generated solution based on the last known information. But Victor 1 is not doing that. So as these two get closer to each other, I'll update Victor 1. I want to make sure this thing goes into search mode. It's going to be a while before he goes into search mode. Let's see where Victor 1 is. We got plenty of time. So let's get back on the scope and get another range to this chucklehead. Yep. Can I zoom in any more? No. That's it. So let's bearing mark. Let's mark the range, actually. Crap. Let me do the range again. Oh, fuck you. Whoops. There we go. 8,400 yards. And mark the bearing. Okay. Now we go back to fire control and we'll see where that lines up. Ooh. Ooh. Now that's way too far off. So we're going to fix fire control. His bearing is very wrong. Yeah. Holy crap. That's way off. So his bearing right now, that's going to miss. His bearing is 351. Well, we'll say 35. Yeah, it's 351 still. All right. I'm not sure what's going on with fire control there. It looked good at first, but it kept getting further and further away. And his range is only 8,200 yards. I don't know how speed is. Speed at this point does not matter. Okay. Now that we've updated fire control to match what we see visually, we have to tell the weapon. Weapon still don't know. Now I just told the weapon. It should steer over there. He's definitely not doing 13 knots. I had the speed way out. It's definitely 6 knots. which would put his TPK up back to 100. Yeah. Which means the narrowband information doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match the recognition guide. It matches it in frequency, but not in intensity. Those doublets up at 400 hertz, 450, were way stronger on the sonar display than they are in the recognition book, is my point. That's very nuanced, but it's also important to get right. His speed, I think, still says 13, but let's get back on the scope and verify that. Oh, it's in the attack mode. The weapon already sees the target. Okay, so what's time to target? 39 seconds. Excellent. So whenever we're inside 20, we'll go back to the scope and start taking pictures. "25 seconds to target. Torpedo's been running for 8 minutes. Torpedo's homing, and 17 seconds go. All right, we should see this thing go away. Let's go to color camera for a second. Nope. That's as far zoomed in as I can get. All right, we'll see a water plume here any second now. Or the torpedo won't recognize the target and will miss. We saw that happen last time. It's been a week now, where the torpedo went right beneath the target and did not sense it. It didn't detect the influence for the warhead to explode, and that might happen here. This is a very shallow draft ship, so we might want to look at the presets. It is set to surface attack. I don't know how much more detailed we can get than that. But the weapon clearly ran by the ship, it looks like. All right, let's go back to the fire control system. Yep. Okay, I just want to look at the presets here. Sonar mode is active. Contact style is surface. And I can't tell it to go any more shallow. So that's concerning. Yeah, because you can set the depth of the weapon for just this situation, and I don't see that option right here. Okay, so I'm going to have to make another pass at it from the other direction. Let's update the solution again and then turn the weapon around. The big thing is the bearing 355, and then the range. Right there. Mark. Okay, 9,900 yards. Angle in the bow is like 180. He's on his course. So it is course north, by the way. Come on, bro. I'm just trying to get the bearing. Am I turning or something? What the hell? Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, let's feed that into fire control. For some reason, it's not course north, but close enough. Close enough for government work. Let's update 013, range 9,900. Oh my God. Okay. Course is north. Speed's only 6 knots. I don't care what anybody says. What? Okay. Oh, it was 355 was the bearing. Course is north. There we go. That should be right on top of him. Okay. 357. We're really polishing the cannonball at this point. Fucking close enough. All right. Let's go ahead and apply that solution. And now let's apply it to the weapon. And update the presets with the current presets. That weapon should turn around. You know what's terrifying about this is we'll run out of wire before it hits. And if it misses a second time, guess what it sees? Us. Do we have any countermeasures? Thank God we do. We might actually have to use these. Prepare for torpedo evasion. Break out the floaties, boys. So we're going to watch the weapon. It's still in transit mode for some reason. It should... yeah, it doesn't see the target yet. Check the solution. Did I update the speed? The speed's only 6 knots. Apply. And then apply that. Oh, hello. Okay, it's in attack mode. It's 1 minute from the target. Uh-oh. That's pretty close to us. Oh, shit. Okay, no. It's going on it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's in attack mode. It sees the target. Maybe we watch the camera. Let's go to the external view. Because I want to know what this thing is doing. It's not hitting the weapon. Okay. I mean, it's not hitting the target. The weapon's not hitting the target. Yeah, this thing right here. It definitely sees the ship. Oh, my God. Now, if I can... oh, there it is. It's passing right under it. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Okay. Well, until I know how to set the depth shallower, I think it's coming after us now, to be honest with you. I'm sick of playing with this. That's what it is that the depth is too shallow. It should go into re-attack. Let me just check fire control. Did it go into re-attack at all? Nope. It's searching again. Turn around. I'm going to give it an order to turn around because it's coming in our direction. It will see us and probably sink us. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's all good. Yeah. Oh, it's turning around now. Good. Look at that fan. Like, we should have a beautiful solution. And we do, actually, but that's because we're looking at them. You get a fan like that, you're good to go. I'm just curious if it says it sees the target again. I don't see any other way to make it go more shallow than what it's doing right now. Search depth, run depth. This is run to enable, and that's the search depth. That has nothing to do with terminal. It's not at 300 feet, by the way. It's very shallow because it's in surface attack mode. Okay. I don't know how they're going to resolve that. They have to give us the depth control, but the Navy may not let them do that. I'm sure if it's not in the game, it's because the Navy said no. Which is why we don't have all the sonar tools we have. We're about to lose the wire. Did we already lose the wire? No. It ran by it a third time, I think. Okay, well, we're not going to get a torpedo hit on that thing, and we're too close for a harpoon shot, so... let's watch the debrief. Let's go to the debrief and see what really happened. I think I know what happened now, because we finally caught up to the guy. And the biggest thing was we did not see... or I assumed in the beginning it was a much larger ship than it actually was. Because when I think cruise ship, I think big ship, but that's not all cruise ships are the ones we have in Florida. So there's the presidential yacht. That's the name of the contact. And I'm going to turn off sensor data, I think. Yep, let's just watch what really happened. So he was going north the whole time. What was his speed? Will this thing tell me speed, for the love of God? Like, it tells me the name. That's great. I need to know how fast he was going. Oh, will it tell me the speed? I think he was only doing 6. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're back. There it goes. It's very slow, very laggy. I could tell that the whole computer needs a big ass reboot. Let's get rid of the sensor data again because it's kind of cluttering up the screen. That's what he was really doing the whole time. He was going north the whole time. It was a very simple mission. What made it difficult was he was narrow aspect the entire time. So, you know, I was hoping he could be coming towards us. Clearly he wasn't. He was going away from us. But when you draw a line from us to him, look at how narrow that is. His course and his bearing are nearly the same, very, very close to each other. That's difficult to get a good range on. We got speed. We had bearing, of course, the whole time. Range, if we had some kind of bottom bounce, we could have got that range, but no bottom bounce. It wasn't until I surfaced and we saw him on the radar that we had our first range, and that was at 11,000 yards, 11,500 yards. And my range at that time was 9,000 yards. And the only difference is instead of him going north, I had him coming southwest towards us. But when it's narrow like that, it's hard to tell. If he's going east-west, it's much easier to figure out, which is why I'm going from one side to the other, trying to cross his line of sight. Oh, wow. It's really lagging now, guys. I think we're about to crash. Oh, Lordy. Yeah. Oh, my God. Sorry, I'm going very slow on purpose. Oh. Well, there was a helicopter out there. That's interesting, because we were on the surface for a while. So you can see now I'm going this way. I'm trying to determine, with my speed across line of sight, is he going this way or not? No, he started going back to the right because he's heading north. But on sonar, he's peeling off to the right. That tells me he's not going west. That's why I started making him down to the south. But as time went on, if he was heading south, he would have drove by us, which is why I had to flip his course around. Now, let's move time up ahead a little bit. That's crazy. We never saw the helicopter. That's wild. He flew right over us, too. I probably stayed on this westerly leg way too long. Oh, I'm not on a westerly leg. I'm going this way now, even though the arrow's pointed the wrong direction. Okay. And by this point, I had figured out, obviously he's not closing us. So he is going to the north. By then, we had figured it out. So, and to be fair, by the end, we had a really good fan, too. But that's because we were right on top of him. Really good mission. Disappointed in the weapon. The weapon should have hit twice, if not 3 times. I don't know how they're going to fix that. No idea. All right, I think I'm toast mentally, so I think I need a break. So I think that we will leave it at that. Hey, there we go. All right, hey, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm going to go back tonight and see, replay this on Facebook and see if it's good quality. If it is, we'll start streaming on the Subbrief YouTube channel or Facebook channel, which is not my personal one. It's the Subbrief one. And if that works out, we'll give you guys the link then. Next stream is Wednesday. We're doing Cold Waters. See you guys then. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye.